Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little painting studio, and we are going to make something beautiful today. 3 things actually. We're going to try. We always do, right? So I have before me the 3 little paintings that we started on Monday. So we worked on them on Monday and we worked on them yesterday. Today we are going to work on details. So we're going to really start in and really try to amp these up. So they look okay, right? They look like pretty passable. I think the colors are starting to get there. They're, they've got all their form in various places, but they really still look very flat. So we're going to have some fun. I'm going to have some fun anyway, because I'm an art nerd and this is the kind of thing that I like. So I'm going to go and start with this one in the middle. I have my image up here on my phone already. So I'm going to go ahead in to this area with the nuts. And so right now you can see, is that Kiwi? So nice to see you back. How are you? I am wonderful. Thank you so much, Kiwi. I appreciate you coming back so much. We're going to start in on the details, and I really want to try to make these look dimensional. So the first thing we're going to do is, you're okay? Just low spoons? What does that mean? Lots of things need to be translated for me. So drawing Mario and Luigi today. Nice. Oh, it makes you happy. Mario and Luigi, that's very, very cool. Got to do what makes you happy, right? Got to draw what makes you happy. So that's really very cool. There was something that I was actually going to tell you, Kiwi, and now I can't remember what it was. I'm going to have to think of it later. Sorry. Oh, and Willow's back. Hi, how are you, Willow? It's so nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming back. Willow is a very talented graphic designer, and it's always nice when she stops in here. So thank you so much, Willow. Okie dokie. All right, so I'm going to go into this area with the nuts. And again, I'm going to move this because I have a little bit of a glare on my phone. So we're just going to scoot this back and forth here. And what I'm going to try to do is, every time I go in, I'm good. Thank you so much, Willow. What I'm going to try to do is, whenever I try to make something look really dimensional, I of course try to follow what's on my screen, but I also try to keep in mind that I want to have a very distinct direction for my light. Thanks so much, Willow. A very distinct direction for my light that's going to essentially create the shadows and the highlights. So I I want to have that conscious choice kind of floating around in the back of my head, because sometimes, oh, Kiwi says hi to Willow. That's so nice. Sometimes my photos are not completely accurate because you have a lot of different things happening with lighting in photos. So we want to make a conscious decision about that. And we mean business today with details. So to see a little bit better, I am a little bit, older. And so I have to put my glasses down on the end of my nose to make sure that I can see from this far away. Isn't that silly? They say that happens when you hit 40. So anyway, so I'm going in here. My light is coming down here from this direction. I have this color that I've mixed that's essentially a very dark brown, and it just is mixed by using my brown that I have and which is burnt umber, and mixed in with just a little bit of my Payne's gray. And so I just want to go around kind of the edges of these nuts, again paying attention to my reference photo, but also just again being very conscious in the back of my mind that my shadows are all going to essentially face this downward direction, because that is how my light is hitting them. It's casting these little shadows. So I'm taking just a little bit of medium on the tip of my brush. We're using a very tiny brush today. A little bit of medium on the tip of my brush, just to kind of taper that dark edge off, and just kind of make it, it's not blending exactly, it's just kind of tapering things off. And because my layers are all dry underneath, right? So it's just, I call it like an optical blend. I've used that term on here before. I call it an optical blend. But anyway, so we're gonna go in here And we're just going to try first to identify all these little shadows. Again, this is just my own dark brown mix. You don't want to make shadows with black because black does not really exist in terms of a painting anyway, unless it's something very, very graphic. If you're going for realism, I don't really like black. So I mix my own dark colors, and they all are toned just a little bit differently. But again, I always say this, I always preface things with this is my way of doing things. It does not necessarily have to be your way of doing things. Everybody has a different process. But I'm happy if you're here and if you're enjoying it, and maybe you try to experiment with something in your own paintings if you paint. So just gonna go right around all these edges. Again, I try very hard to keep in mind, again, that even though I'm paying attention to my reference photo, the most important thing is that I have this decision in my head that my light is coming from up here and downward. It's really coming from slightly frontward and downward. And the reason for that is because whenever you take a photo of something, there's inevitably different light sources that are going to hit it from very different angles. And so you want to not always obey your photo directly. You want to be able to have a little bit of leeway to make the conscious decisions that you need to make about how things should be situated in there. So again, this is a way for me to take my pretty, it's a relatively accurate, I kind of like to say this part right now is like a drawing. This is my drawing. And it's relatively accurate, but we need to give it dimension. And dimension is created mostly by understanding how to create a sense of form with light and shadow, and of course color. But really it's light and shadow that play the biggest roles in that. So we're going to work on that all day today. Yes, my husband made those emotes. Yes, thanks so much for noticing, Willow. Yeah, so a lot of those feature my artwork, different paintings that I've done, some ice cream paintings and some of my cookie paintings. So that was really nice. He did a very good job on those, actually. It's Just Watching Jake. Welcome back, Just Watching Jake. Thank you so much. Just Watching Jake recommended me yesterday and brought a lot of people in from one of the other channels. So that was really nice. It looks so cool. Oh, thank you so much, Willow. I appreciate that. And my husband, I'm sure, appreciates that very much. All right, so we're just gonna make, and we're gonna kind of work the same on all of these. Which is, I'm going to go into essentially all of the areas with the nuts first today. And I do that because I kind of have this unwritten rule that I like to work on whatever section I feel is going to make me feel the most encouraged to keep going. So that is why I pick and choose various things. There's no real rhyme or reason to it, I suppose, other than I just think that I work on the parts that need it. So again, today is going to be all about details, but really details that create form. So that's what we're working on today. So again, I'm just taking this darker shadow color that I have, and we're just going with a glaze. It's not a super heavy layer of paint. It's just a glaze. Yes, Be It Easel. And yes, that was very kind of you, Jake. And I went and checked out her work, and yeah, she's amazing. So yes, thank you so much again. I really appreciate that. Very cool work that she does. I think it was an Alice in Wonderland series that she was working on when I went over to look at what she did. And yeah, it was amazing. So thank you very, very much for sharing her work and recommending me to her so that she would bring people over. That was really nice. I really love actually anything that's inspired by the old illustrations from Alice in Wonderland. I did a few pieces years ago that were some trompe l'oeil pieces where I just took the illustrations and colored them with crayons, and then um, I would essentially tape the whole thing to a panel and replicate it in paint. So it was pretty cool, and something that someday I would like to revisit the Alice in Wonderland for some other things too. But yeah, I dig the old illustrations and the inspiration that people draw from them. That's similar to my process. I choose something that will make me happy to work on, like Mario and Luigi. Nice, yeah. Especially when I'm not oh, you're not feeling well today. I'm very sorry. Well, you know what? I said this before to someone too. It's always nice that when things aren't, you know, when you're not feeling well or things aren't going well, at least if you have the arts in some way that you can fall back on that. Not everybody's that lucky. So it's nice if you have something that can occupy your mind when you're having a rough day. So I totally understand. I think that art is a saving grace, honestly, and that's one reason why I really hope that people who watch this channel, when you tune in, I love if you watch, you know, simply just for watching what I do. That's very cool, and I'm happy to share it. But I love it when people bring their own projects in, and if you don't know how to paint or draw, I hope that you are a little bit inspired to pick it up. And so I try once in a while to recommend some books or some reading, something that will help. And it's part of the reason why, you know, I don't consider myself a teacher. I keep saying that, but I'm happy to talk through my process. So thanks so much, Willow. Yeah, that was my orange creamsicle there. So that was a fun one to paint. And that was actually the first piece that I painted for a show that I did, which had like 30 ice creams in it, 30 ones that were 16 by 12. And I was aiming for 31, but I fell a little bit short. Can confirm your channel helps people. Thanks so much, Kiwi. That's really nice. I really appreciate that. And you're inspired by my work. That's very, very kind. Thank you. Well, I'm so glad, and I'm so glad you're working on stuff in here. So that's really nice, and I do hope you feel better, honestly. So it's sucky when you can't do the things that you want to do because you're just not feeling up to it. All right, so we're doing pretty good. Again, this is going to be a day where we're just going over lots of these sections because we want to add dimension. You're going to try your technique of adding the glaze and removing the highlights. Nice. I always get told my paintings look too opaque, oil and acrylic. Interesting that they say they look too opaque. Glazing is a really cool method. There's lots of ways to do it, not just the way that I do it, but I'm excited for you, Jake, to know that you're going to give that a shot. And yeah, the regressive technique is certainly a pretty cool approach. It really does help with a lot of different aspects of painting. So I'm really glad to hear that. Thanks so much. Let me know how it goes. Yeah, I really, I don't know if I could really work any other way now other than this because I've been doing it for so long. But someday on the channel, I will show some of my old work, like when I first started painting. And I hope that if I do that at some point, my hope is that you will all be able to see it and be like, okay, I can do that too. I can get better too from where I am, because that's what we all should be doing, right? You want to grow from where you are. You don't want to ever get stagnant and think this is it, that I finally know everything. You always want to keep learning. But I do think that if you saw some of my first pieces, especially some of my first acrylic pieces, then you would very much understand that it is certainly, no matter who you are or what level of experience you have, that everybody gets better with time and practice. So, so it's just, you know, It's sheer will and determination that determines how fast or how far you're going to go, I think. So so yeah, I'll have to grab some of those very old pieces, because it was a struggle. It was a struggle, especially, in the beginning with acrylic, because everybody at that time that I saw really kind of all painted the same way, and I couldn't make it work that way. So, um, so yeah, there's certainly, it's always good to keep adding information to your repertoire and then figure out what works best for you. All right, I'm just gonna go in here and I'm just gonna add some slight shadows in here that are a little bit stronger than what I have, but I am gonna have to go back over them. So right now I just want to get them in here. So they're not quite shaped correctly, and I just want to fix that. But they're way too dark. What I'm putting in there is way too dark. So I am going to glaze over that a little bit later after this dries. So again, we're aiming for dimension, and this will be, again, I'm an art nerd, right? So this will be a fun day, I think, because I remember, Willow, you were in here a while back, and you were watching me paint, and you said that I think you were working. You were working at the same time, and so you would leave periodically and then come back, and that's when you saw the greatest change in the painting that I was working on. So it's nice when you can see like that progression of stuff happening. Jake, did you tell me what kind of work that you painted? I don't remember. I don't remember if, well, I'll just let you tell me again because I don't want to mix it up. I'm not sure if I'm confusing you with someone else yesterday that I think I know what kind of work, but I'm not sure. So we're already starting to get a little bit of dimension in there, just a bit. And so what I'm going to do is, not all of this has super heavy shadows. Some of it simply has some lighter shadows in here. Some of it also needs to be brought out with a glaze that's a little bit brighter. So we're going to, again, work back and forth on all of these sections. And then just do the same thing to all three of the paintings. And we'll flip this upside down because that's also a thing. We'll often do that. And I'm going to put my glasses down on my nose because I'm a little old lady. This chocolate section is notably darker than the rest because it is farther away on the arc of the cone. So for this one, I am actually, for the most part, going to be just using this dark color over the whole thing. And so the shape of this section will really be implied more by the shape of the nuts than by the actual piece of chocolate in here. But a little bit. I can see a little bit where I need to come back in with a few highlights just in the chocolate. For right now, we're just going to do this though. You do all sorts, trying to find something you're good at and like. I've done quite a few portraits though. I quite like doing food. I did a cupcake and I was pretty proud of. Nice. Yeah, I think I may have mentioned this yesterday, but when I first, decided that I wanted to paint and come back to painting after, being away from it, not really doing anything that I thought was worthwhile while I was in college, that I thought was my voice. Didn't, I just didn't have it back then. And then I came back to it, maybe 12 years later, and I worked at the art magazine, and I really wanted to be a painter, but yes, I did not know what I was going to paint. And so I went through lots of stages, but the thing that did help me tremendously was simply to make a folder. And you can do a folder that's either digital or a folder that is actually printed things that you find on the internet or whatever, but all of the art that you really, really love. And then just start, kind of painting in all of those styles, and you'll start to, work your way through, and your folder will get whittled down. At least that's what it was for me. So the food definitely ended up in the end being the thing that I liked doing the most. But like I said, I did paint some other things, and some things that I was really proud of too. But it did definitely whittle things down for me. You do need the experimentation to go through the process of painting lots of things. But that's very cool, Jake. It's a good stage to be at, and I think you'll figure out if it's something where, you eliminate things, or maybe somehow even combine things. There's painters that I've seen, like Will Cotton. So Will Cotton is a painter that does a lot of portraits, and you might have seen he did some work for Katy Perry, and I think they made a video of his stuff, and lots of sweets and things. And so it just made me think of it because he did a portrait, I think, of Katy Perry. Maybe it was another model. There's some actresses in there. And she had a cupcake on her head. So there's certainly ways that you can combine things and, just see what you can do, or just work your way through and just eliminate things and make things more straightforward. You finally managed to make a decent skin tone with acrylic markers. Nice. Way to go, Kiwi. That's very cool. Is that a really difficult thing to do? Like, how does that work? Because again, I don't have I'll say I have very little experience with markers. So I don't know if that means that you have to combine certain colors and blend them. AI viewers, streamboo.com. That looks like maybe my husband might have to take care of that. I don't know. So, combine and blend. Okay. And so is there a blending tool that you use? Okay. Thank you to my husband for banning that person. Is there a blending tool? I am new to acrylic markers, so I'm learning. Interesting. I would like to learn more about that. I would be very curious to know how acrylic markers work. Layering with and paintbrushes. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's interesting. It's always fun to experiment with new stuff. So, yeah, that's. But I would like to learn. There's actually, I don't know where I was, but for like a few years, I was really busy in my personal life, and I was really painting a lot. And I feel like Rip Van Winkle. I went to sleep, and I woke up, and suddenly there's all these new materials that people are using, and AI is everywhere. I just missed it. I missed the evolution of all of it. So I don't know what I was doing, but I did. I missed it. All right, I'm just gonna scoot in here with a little bit more shadow on this. I used to go, you might find this interesting, Kiwi, well, any of you, from when I worked at the art magazine, there were things called materials trade shows that I used to go to, and the reason that we went is because we were trying to get stores to essentially stock our magazine, or manufacturers of art supplies to put advertisements in it. And but it was a lot of fun to walk around the trade shows and see all of the new supplies that were being created. So all of the major manufacturers were there, you know, for both fine art materials and for crafting materials. But yeah, they were all there, and it was really neat to be able to walk around the show and, you know, test out new products, or just, you know, learn about new things that were coming out. So that was a strange experience, but that was really interesting. I got to go to that several times. They did one in New York City, which was my favorite, I think, because I had only been to New York City once before when I was young, and I got to stay in a hotel that was in Times Square, or right near Times Square, and it was like in the middle of winter, and I got to walk to the convention center, and that might not seem like such a big deal, but man, I felt like a New Yorker for a few days because I got to, you know, was wearing my business dresses and getting my coffee at the Starbucks on the corner from, you know, with a line of other New Yorkers that were working and walking in the flurry of snow, you know, over to my trade show booth. So yeah, I felt fancy. I felt very fancy there. Um, and then they did one in Reno, so that was fun. I did get to go to Reno, and I did not. We stayed in a casino, but I did not go into the casino. I have gone to casinos before with my husband, but I did not go into the actual casino. I did not have time to do that. But it was a beautiful hotel, and actually, sometimes late at night before we go to bed, there is a streaming channel on YouTube that is a bunch of poker players, and yeah, a bunch of poker players, and they play at the hotel that I stayed in that trade show, and so it always brings back some memories for me because even though I didn't get to go in the casino, um, I had the most beautiful hotel room. I was really happy with it. It had like a wall of windows, and it looked out over the mountains. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. So that was a lot of fun. Um, and then they did one in Orlando, which was right down the street from where I was. So I just had to drive over, and they did another one in Louisville, Kentucky, which I don't really have much to say about Louisville, Kentucky, but it was fine too. So, um, anyway, so yeah, I kind of went all over for those trade shows, but um, but they were fun. They were fun to see. Fun to meet people from all of those organizations, all of those companies. All right, so again, we're doing pretty good on this. I'm just gonna come back in a second. And already it really starts to look a little bit cleaned up from, yeah, it was pretty fun. So I'm just gonna come back in a second and try to add a little bit more form to this chocolate area. So we're gonna do that now, I think. So I'm gonna mix up a yellow. I know not everybody can hear me right now, but I'm gonna mix up a yellow with my bright blue, or excuse me, my bright red, and my little bit of this bright blue. And we're gonna go right over this chocolate area. I'm gonna see if I can do this without adding white so it doesn't get pasty. Let's see. Might be a little bit too bright. Let's do this again. Too bright. All right, so we're just going in and we're gonna try to brighten this chocolate up again, which will help in turn to kind of offset these shadows that I've done. And just again help to add the sense of a little bit of form. So I do work, back and forth just till I get it to go where I want it to go, right? Just got to keep going back and forth. I actually think, again, I've said before that some people make these very beautiful pieces, most people, and they work from left to right or right to left. And it is amazing to watch them paint. And it is not at all the way I paint. And I do think that while those people are very, very gifted in that way, that it sets kind of sometimes for other people, a bad precedent because not everybody can paint that way. And so it makes you kind of feel like, a little discouraged. And so I try to just accept that the way that I paint and very often arrive at something, I try to get really, really realistic. It is a much different process, but it's my process. And I don't want to be, I don't want to feel like it's any lesser than what anybody else does. And so I say, whatever you need to do to get your work to work for you, to move in the way and progress in the way that you want it to go. So if that means that you work with left to right, or if that means you layer it, or if that means you do both, and maybe sometimes you work left to right and sometimes you do the layering, whatever you need to do to get the piece to the where you want it to go, that's what you got to do, right? So I don't want people, it's one reason why I like sharing the kind of weird way that I paint in these layers, because I think should be a little bit encouraging to you to know that there's simply different ways to paint. There's different ways that are not all sometimes what you see in these wonderful left to right progression videos from other artists. But sometimes you're a workhorse like me and you put 12 layers of paint on before you get to the final product, and that's okay too, right? So you just have to keep looking for the process, and that just evolves over time, but with practice. But you find the process that works for you. Maybe it's even multimedia. So maybe you work like Jake works in oils and acrylics. I don't know, do you use them in the same paintings, Jake, where you start with the acrylics and then work over them in oils? Because you can do that. And so you can do that, or maybe you experiment with different media like Kiwi is doing. So she's doing the markers and blending those, and you can certainly use all different kinds of media. So whatever that vision is in your head and whatever process that you need to do to make it happen, you can embrace that and not feel like it's any lesser than the people who make those lovely left to right painting videos. So like I said, I'm a workhorse, right? So I'm not kidding when I say your process makes sense to my brain. See, it makes sense to my brain too, Kiwi. I tried the main idea with markers and it helped. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, layering, and I think a lot of colored pencil artists actually kind of work along this same line, right? So not sure if the markers are kind of along that line as well, but working in a layering process as opposed to just a direct painting, single layer where everything gets blended together. So and what was that comment? That I never mixed. I used acrylic for simpler, looser stuff, and oil when I want it to look goodish. Oh, okay, interesting. So yeah, there's lots of ways, lots of different paths for people to take. Whatever you're comfortable with, you can certainly do. There's a very famous painter that's name is Caesar Santander, and he's a photorealist. And I know he does at least some of his work, Jake, in with an initial layer of acrylic and then oil over top of it. So I believe he's on Instagram. I think I follow him on Instagram, but he's he's been around for a while. He's quite famous. Uh, oh yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it would have. Uh, but anyway, sorry about that, Jake. I'm sorry. Um, anyway, you know, AI, right? I don't know how they read things, so there must have been something in the terminology that confused the system, but whatever. Sorry about that. But yeah, I don't know if you would be interested in that, but if you've not heard of Caesar Santander, I would go look at his work. Again, there's lots of people who do that. Lots of people who do that. Start with acrylic and then do oils on top. So you felt naughty for a second. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's held the system's held a few comments from people at various points. I haven't been on here that long to have it held so many, and most of them were like yours, where there was like there wasn't anything in it. But I guess they'd rather play it safe. I don't know. So this is me just taking this really bright glaze. There's no white in this, but it is much brighter than these lower layers because I have a different red in here and a different blue in here. So the lower layer had my dark blue, my dark red, and my yellow. And this upper layer here has my brighter red and my brighter blue. So that's how I build my layers in part, is just kind of working back and forth a little bit between what I consider to be, well, I have different terms for them, whatever makes it easier for you to understand, but I call them my lower layers are my warm layers, my upper layers are my cooler layers, and that might be a little bit confusing. So if you want to think of them as duller and brighter, that's okay. You can think of them that way. But we're doing pretty good on this already. It's looking much, much better. And we're just getting a semblance of form. So my hope for today is that we will be able to get a pretty good sense of form on all three of these paintings with a lot of details. And then maybe come back tomorrow and I will say get it maybe not mostly done, but most of the way done. And then I'll probably finish them all on Sunday. That would be my goal. But we're gonna get them pretty far today. So again, we're just taking this. We just did the shadows around the nuts here, and now I'm just going in and I'm just kind of trying to clarify some of these brighter areas because I really only had my mid-tone there. Looks like I maybe got a mark on here somewhere. Just scrub that off. All right. So we're just going in here with this brighter color, which again is the pyrrole red. And it's really interesting to me, again, because I'm an art nerd, it's really interesting to me that this is pretty much all the colors that I typically use, with the exception of 2 or 3 others that I will occasionally introduce. So it's not that many colors, and it's just a different combination of colors that makes things start to move forward. So it's really interesting to me that using this brighter combination of colors down here makes this pop out, and using this as the base up here pushes things back. So, I'm not an expert on color theory, but I do enjoy experimenting with it. So this is something that I have done for a while now, and I found it works for me. And so, you know, it's worth trying. Everybody's palette can be a little bit different too. I think that Kiwi was saying yesterday that she does landscapes, right? So if you're a landscape painter, then your palette is likely going to be different from mine. So this is my, I will say, semi-permanent palette for being a still life painter, and one that mostly paints food. But I do actually use this even when I don't paint food. This is pretty much the palette that I use, again with the exception of a few other colors. So I'm just gonna go in here, just gonna try. Again, we're aiming for the illusion of form today, so we're just gonna try to do everything that we can to get this looking like it has a sense of form. And I'm just going to take a little bit of this, and what I'm going to do is actually kind of, this is the way to do this little part. It's a little bit of chocolate that's coming off here and kind of bleeding into the ice cream. So I've just taken this same bright color that I used on top of the chocolate, and I'm adding only the acrylic glazing medium. Don't add water. I'm only using water to clean my brush, but you use only the glazing medium and wipe off the excess. And we're just gonna kind of dab this out. It will create this kind of faded out effect. Much brighter, much more convincing than if I had tried to make this light color. So it's simply taking this color and kind of playing it against this light color that's underneath it already. But again, there's different ways to achieve different things in your paintings, so you just got to play around with it. But I love acrylic glazing medium. I think that it has a lot of versatility, and if you don't work in acrylic, you can think of acrylic glazing medium as basically acrylic paint that's thinner and has no pigment. So you can add as much or as little to your paint as you want, and it will affect the drying time, but it will also give you a lot more flexibility, and it will make a painting that's really, really structurally sound. So it's my go-to tool. All right, so I'm gonna actually turn this upside down. I do that because I want to try to hold myself more accountable for what I see. And it really helps me when I turn things upside down to be able to see the shapes on the colors a little bit more accurately, because again, I repeat myself, but just remember, we're not painting ice cream cones, right? We're painting hundreds of abstract shapes, and we're hoping that they come together so that they eventually look like an ice cream cone. So I'm actually going to take this same color that I just used on the chocolate here, and I'm going to go over some of these nuts, and it's going to brighten them up and make them a little bit more intense. I might need to fix the shape on one of these first, because I can see that that is a little bit off. So I'm just going to take a little bit of color first, a little bit of a different color, and I'm just going to fix this one before I glaze over these others, because I can see, again, because I flipped it upside down, that this shape right here, it's like a puzzle, right? This shape right here is not what this shape is over here. So I need to fix it. So I'm gonna go in here, and I'm gonna fix the shape. I'm not even super worried about the color right now. I just need it to be a little bit opaque enough to go over this dark area where I feel like where I've misrepresented the shape. And then I'm going to fix this one a little bit too. I'm going to let these dry and I will glaze over them to correct the colors. And again, you know what? They weren't that far off. If I wanted to, I could have shrugged it off, right? But I don't do that. So you can shrug it off, sure. Or, as I said, I had a teacher who used to tell me, the only one who can hold yourself accountable is you. And so there's nobody really here, you know, that's looking over my shoulder, I guess, except you guys, to tell me when something is inaccurate. And so I need to be able to hold myself accountable for my work, and that is what ultimately adds to it looking much more realistic in the end. If I start to shrug things off, that's a slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope. And so if I'm aiming for something to look really realistic, then I really try very, very hard. Just going to start going in here with some glazes. I try very, very hard to really, really look at what I'm painting, and really try to think not just about my reference photo, but just about what my painting looks like, to see, you know, am I letting anything slide? Is there anything where, see, there's a lot of shapes in here where I feel like I've let them slide just a little bit too much, and I need to fix them. I need to fix them while I can. It really will, in the end, I think, make things look much more realistic. And yeah, so it's something that I learned a long time ago, or I try. I try really hard to not let things slip by. Sometimes I make conscious decisions to change things in my paintings that alter them from my photo a little bit. But if I do, I want that to be a very conscious decision and not a lazy decision, if that makes sense. I don't want to be lazy as a painter. It's very easy to do. And again, it's a very slippery slope when you get lazy as a painter. So the way that I check my shapes when I do this is I'm looking at two things, right? Your positive shapes and your negative shapes. And by that, I mean, I'm going in here and I'm looking at, I'm just going to fix all this because I got really lazy on this. I look at the shape of the nut, and then I look at the shape of the chocolate. And so my eye should bounce back and forth between the two so that I can make sure that all of the relationships between, again, all of these abstract shapes, which is really what they are, the relationships between all of these abstract shapes is correct. That's what I'm aiming for. So we're not being lazy, and we are trying to just get things as accurate as we can. But again, flipping things upside down, it just does something to your brain. You can turn it sideways or whatever, and if you're super, super skilled, then you might not have to do it like I do. But I think that it just very simply, it challenges your brain because, as I said before, your brain is a really powerful instrument, right? But it also is a very efficient instrument. And that is usually very, very good, except when it comes to painting and drawing realistically. Because what it tries to do, it forces you to simplify things because it wants to get things done efficiently, right? So that's why people, as they get older, especially once you get past, your youngest childhood, you often have a hard time transitioning to drawing things, ironically, to drawing things like more accurately, because your brain is telling you it needs to simplify things. So, people get stuck in this position of drawing stick figures, and it's very frustrating, and I understand. But there are very much ways around that so that you can learn to draw or paint more accurately. So no matter what you're doing, you're always looking for, again, if you're doing realistic stuff, that's all I can speak for. if you're doing realistic stuff, you're going to look for positive and negative shapes and their relationships to each other. And that will ultimately help you to make things look much more realistic. So yeah, I'm glad that I'm doing this, because maybe I usually feel pretty focused on the streams. Like I said, I am new to this, but I feel like I really didn't get these shapes accurate yesterday. And so this is giving me an opportunity to fix that. And again, I'm just looking at, so right in here, you're looking at the positive shapes of the nuts, and then you're looking at the negative shape of this chocolate around it. Is it close to what you see? When I'm really focused, do you know those, I don't even know what they call them, like the magic pictures, I think they used to call them, where you look at an image that has like a crazy pattern on it and you can see an image pop out from it that's 3D? When I'm very focused, that's how I feel with my painting. When I'm not so focused, I'm a little bit scattered. But when I'm very focused, that moving between the positive and the negative shapes is like automatic for me. So I'm gonna just have to find a way. Like I said, sometimes when I narrate things, I felt like it was making me more focused in a lot of ways, but I might have also been getting tired toward the end of the day yesterday. And so that might have affected how well I got these shapes represented. But either way, it's okay, because I'm fixing them now. And they're turning out much, much better. All right, so I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna try to just put some color in where I can see that some of the areas I did are dry already. You could never see those, the positive and negative shapes. Oh, or the puzzles. The puzzles, Jake. Yeah, it's a tricky thing, right? I think they did those a lot when I was a kid, and I haven't done them in years. But yeah, they're tricky. They are tricky. But I don't know, that's like the mindset in my brain. That's what I feel when I'm painting. Again, if I'm really, really focused. I'm just gonna fix one more shape down here that I can see. This is also just a really silly little trick, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. And it happened to me this morning, so I'm just gonna point it out. So I use watercolor brushes, right? And watercolor brushes wear out really fast. But if your brush gets, so it looks a little wonky and it's all sticking out, just wet it and then twist it and let it dry. And if you do that, you will probably save yourself some brushes, because I had to do that this morning. I thought that I had ruined this brush and I just twisted it back into shape. So the magic eye, yeah, that's what it's called. Magic eye, magic seeing eye. You had a friend who just in seconds, and says it's a sailboat. Yeah, some people see them right away. Sometimes it takes a little while. So I totally understand. I do totally understand. And that, like, so when I say that, I don't know if I'm describing it accurately, but that when I would do the magic eye things, I like kind of drifted to a different part of my mind. So it was less about my eyes, right? And it was more about just kind of looking beyond it. I don't know if I'm describing that right, but that's kind of what I do when I try to paint accurately, is I try to look beyond it as details, and just, like right now, if I'm really, really focused, I can instantly look at this and see what I need to do. Not looking at, the individual tiny little whatever, but I can just, it becomes automatic for me. But so it's very similar for me in terms of how my brain feels. So again, I'm not sure I'm describing it completely accurately, but yeah, it's again, for this, I say it's just time and practice, I think. But yeah, those magic eyes, they're magic seeing eyes. That was such a big thing when I was young. I remember they had like posters. I think I had a little flip book of them that I really liked. But but in the beginning, I didn't really know what I was looking at, and then once I figured it out, then I was able to um, I was able to see them. So, all right, so we're just gonna go in here, and again, I'm just glazing just a little bit to try to, so again, I'm looking at this nut, right? And I can see this darker reddish tone is on this side, but not on these two sides, at least not as much. So I'm just going to taper it out a little bit, and then I'm going to come back in and I'm going to clarify it. And the same with here. So this is just going to be, again, a day where we are clarifying lots of shapes, and we're starting to build that structure of the paintings, so that things go from looking very flat to looking dimensional. And that's just, again, time and practice. So, like I said, sometimes things take me so many layers of paint to do. Um, sometimes up to 12 layers. I have not counted beyond that, but there's probably things that take me more than that to really get things dimensional. And I said that I did these giant cookie and gingerbread paintings. If you look at my giant gingerbread neighborhood on my website, the trees are made from for my model were made from sugar cookies that had Lucky Charms that were rolled with green frosting, and they looked really cool, and I really wanted to paint them, but man, they were so difficult to paint, and I'm so proud of how they turned out. But yeah, if you go look at them, you will see it was incredibly complicated to get those shapes of hundreds of pieces of Lucky Charms rolled in green frosting on a sugar cookie that looked like a tree. If that sounds complicated, it's because it was. So yeah, go ahead and check that out if you can, because that was crazy. That was a crazy thing to paint. All right, so this is looking a lot better, and we're just going to keep doing this, and then we're going to let this dry, of course, as we do, and come back. It helps me to work on kind of similar parts for all the paintings at once, rather than try to go through and just finish one at a time, because they're all related. All right, so we're just gonna go through. Let's flip this right side up again. Much better. So much more accurate. I know not everybody can hear me, so we'll hang on. Just gonna go in with same kind of color mix, but a slightly different tone. I want this to be a bit lighter, and I am gonna mix white into it. So we're just going to add this on some of these nuts that are a lighter color, but that still have some tone to them. So it's just kind of not quite as intense. Yeah, no worry, Kiwi. All right, so we're just going in and trying to clarify these shapes. And this is a little bit of a lighter area. So we're using the same colors that we used on these other nuts, but we are applying it, it's a slightly different proportional mix, and we're applying it a little more judiciously over these lighter areas. This also has a little bit of white mixed into it, just a little bit, and I just want to, I don't always put white into my glazes. In fact, most of the time I don't. You're out of ad jail now. Welcome back, Kiwi. Sorry about that. I don't always put white into my glazes, but occasionally I find that it still works quite well for me that way. I usually don't put it into the final layers of the glazes. Again, sometimes my paintings have upwards to, 8, 10, 12 layers of paint in various places, in almost every place. And so in those final layers, I don't like to use any white because I don't want things to look pasty. But in the early stages, I'm really looking at building structure, and sometimes it helps me to do that. So I'm just trying to get my colors accurate so that I can represent this form a little bit better. You'll see in later stages of my paintings, I often talk about sometimes I have to be really, really brave. And even though it looks almost done, I will say to myself, it doesn't look good enough, and I glaze over a lot of it and then end up having to build back up onto it. But even though that was initially a very scary thing for me to do, it does really help. It helps. So you always have to be brave. You always have to be willing to make changes to your pieces and not feel like anything is so precious that you can't let it go. And that's a hard thing when you dedicate many, many hours to painting something, right? Or drawing something, and you're like, I got it almost right, but it's not quite right. And so it's not really, I've figured out a process for me that doesn't undo my work. It still is all a part of my work because you can see all my layers of paint. So when you get to the end, if you really look, you can still see all of the layers of paint that I do because they're all a little bit translucent. And so they all kind of peek through one another. So I liken it to the difference of a bunch of sheets of colored plastic laying on top of each other versus a piece of construction paper. So my paintings look like a bunch of pieces of colored plastic laying on top of each other as opposed to just a very flat thing. So I really try to rely on how the light hits the painting, and then when you get really close up to it, you can see in particular that there's so many marks, so much movement in the pieces, and for me that's what I want. But again, everybody's goals are different, right? Everybody's goal as a painter is different. What they want to accomplish is different, both in the objective of the painting and what you want your audience to feel when they look at it. For me, I want them to see the complexity of the piece. I don't want it to simply be an illustration. I want it to be something more than that. So that's what I aim for. But again, everybody is different. So your process might be entirely different from mine. And that is okay. If we all did the same thing, that would be a really boring world, wouldn't it? So I like to see other people who do things that are different too. You can see I got a little bit of something right here. I must have scooted my brush across. I try really hard. If I make a mistake and it hasn't dried yet, then you can take a little bit of the acrylic medium on a different brush, or at least on a clean brush, and just wipe it away. If it has dried, that's a little bit trickier, but we'll get into that maybe in another session sometime. So, but I can see, like, There's a few places where I must have just scooted my brush right across. And we'll see if we can just scrub that out before I don't even know how that happened. It must have been when I flipped it. But fortunately, it's not really dry yet, and so I can get it off. Most of it anyway. I'm such an aggressive painter, you know, so sometimes I just do things and I don't notice that I've done them until afterwards. And I'm like, did I really put that mark there, or is that supposed to be something else? So I will tell you, since spoiler, since I I didn't have to do it here, but ultimately, if I really mess up, if you really mess up bad, you can paint over something with white, and that will sometimes do the trick. If you've really messed up bad and you're like me and you don't like a lot of texture on your paintings, then I will actually I'll use sandpaper. So an old man at a festival taught me that once, that I can use sandpaper. So I take a little bit of a piece of sandpaper that is a pretty high grit. Is that the right word? High grit. It's very smooth. And I will fold it up over the edge. I'll put it in a little bit of water. You don't want to do it dry. You would use it like a little bit of wet sand, and you can just very gently try to sand off your mistake if it's really embedded in there and you want to at least get it back light enough so that maybe you can paint over it in white. So yeah, there's all kinds of tricks that you can do there. But that was a little mistake here, but this is actually intentional here because that's a little bit of chocolate. So that I'm gonna come back to, I think, in a bit. So I'm gonna switch to a different brush, actually. I lied. I was gonna go to this painting next, but I think I'm gonna stick on this one for just a little bit. I'm gonna go in with just a few highlights because I always say that I try to go in and create some sense of form by kind of picking out the areas that I think need it. Picking out the areas that, Kiwi, you like that? Is that because of the sandpaper thing? Yeah, all kinds of weird tricks that I've learned over the years. And yeah, that one literally it was at a festival that I was at, just a little like sidewalk festival. It was only one night, and I had oil paintings at the time. And I was talking to this little old man who had been an oil painter for many years, and I was telling him how frustrating it was sometimes if I tried to varnish my paintings and they would get something in them and I would have to strip them all off and start again. And he said, why don't you just use sandpaper? I was like, oh. And so I started looking it up, and then when I transitioned to acrylics, then I figured out I could apply that same principle. You just have to do it very judiciously and very carefully. So you don't want to be scrubbing off the whole thing, but acrylic is more resilient than you would think, especially if you don't use a lot of water in it, like I don't. If you try to just build things up with, again, all this glazing medium in here, because it makes things much stronger. So I'm just going to go into a few areas that I think I can relatively quickly start to add some of these little highlights to. Isn't it interesting, the things that we learn? Things that we learn here and there. But I mentioned, you know, it took me, for a lot of the things that I learned over the years, I mean, it took me such a long time to figure things out, and you know, so many different resources that I just didn't think were available to me, so much trial and error, and at the time I feel like there were a lot of people who were strangely resistant to sharing what they did, and I am an art lover, right? So I want people out there in your world. Yes, the more you know. That's right, Kiwi. I want everybody to be able to make art because I think that art has tremendous power to be transformative to both you as the artist and to the world around you. And so I don't want to like I said, I'm not a teacher, but I'm happy to share what I know because first I think some people find this really interesting, right? If you're an art nerd like me, or you're just a casual watcher, you might find this really interesting. But secondly, for anybody who's an artist, especially if you haven't been doing it that long, I'm happy to share what I know because I want you to be able to make art and find your own path. So again, maybe it's not going to be exactly what you make, and you might not use any of the methods that I share, but I want you to have that ability to have that information so that you don't have to waste time like I did years ago, researching stuff and trying to figure it out. At least not any more time than you have to. I did that again. Just wipe that right across there. I am messy today. So again, we're just taking a little bit of medium onto a clean brush. Don't use water. It comes off much easier with the medium anyway. Just use the water to clean your brush off and wipe it off on a paper towel, and you'll be good to go. So we're having a messy cleanup day here. When I was, first painting, I would get so upset if I thought that I made mistakes or made a mess somewhere. And now I'm just like, I gotta fix it. So there's a certain reality to, things inevitably happening, but just knowing that everything is fixable. Everything is fixable. And that makes my life a lot less stressful. If I just accept that things are going to happen, I'm going to be messy, I'm going to be clumsy sometimes, and everything is fixable. I remember back when I was first starting out as an acrylic painter, one of the things that I did was, and I guess I did this a little bit with my oils too in the beginning, but I was what was called a daily painter. And so I did a bunch of small paintings that were about this size or even slightly smaller, and I limited my time on them to a day or maybe two, so they were not quite as detailed as the versions that I do nowadays, but they were still pretty good, and it's a good way to practice. It's a good way to practice when you're start with something very small. But I remember I sold a piece on eBay, and it was the most that I had sold one for at that time, and at auction, and I was so proud of it. And I picked it up and I dropped it, and I like broke the corner off, and it had already sold. And I was like, "What do I do?" And so that was one of my, I was so upset. And that was one of my first experiences knowing I can fix anything. Anything that goes wrong, you can fix it. And so if you work on panels like I do, and you ever drop it down onto a corner, it is still very possible to fix it. If y'all ever want me to go over how to do that sometime, just let me know. But not everybody works on panels, so I don't want to, take up your time doing that, but I'm happy to share. And yeah, but no matter what surface you work on, everything is ultimately fixable. I mean, even if I'm not an expert in canvas, I'm sure there's a way to fix canvas if canvas is damaged too. But yeah, most everything is fixable. So we're just shaping these out, and just kind of drawing attention to some of the highlights, because that helps me to feel encouraged, right? So that's what I want. I want to feel a little bit encouraged visually that I'm headed in the right direction. So yeah, I've made lots of embarrassing mistakes over the years with my paintings, and again, I hope that if I share my mistakes with you, then it will either help you to get through it when you make mistakes, or it will help you to know that what, like, life's too short to take this one mistake really seriously. So, we do the best we can. We want to make beautiful things. We want to make it for people who love them. And yes, so it is certainly a business, in that sense. But, it should also be fun, because if it's not fun, then why do it? And if you want to not, do this for a living, like, that is totally fine. It should be fun. It shouldn't be stressful. It should be something that de-escalates your stress, if anything. And so there's certainly ways to learn to improve your skills so that, you can get to where you want, and not be frustrated. And there's certainly ways that you can learn to manage your mistakes so that they don't just devastate you. And like I said, life's too short to let something like that devastate you. So again, I have a quote on my website: I take whimsy very seriously. Like, this is my job. I am a painter, but I try very hard to just accept that sometimes things are going to inevitably go wrong, and I just can't let them ruin my day, right? Like, or ruin my time. And there was a writer that used to write for my magazine, and he was always very inspirational. And he said once that he and his wife never had a bad day. They never have a bad day. And what he meant by that was, bad things will happen, but he made a conscious choice to never let them ruin his day. And he was someone who suffered from a number of ailments, and his wife did too. But they were both very gifted painters, and they just had this very optimistic outlook. And it's something that I say that I guess the best way, I aspire to, but don't always get there. But it's still something that sticks with me after all these years of him saying, I never have a bad day. And so I think that that's, it's worth considering that that sometimes things are inevitably going to go wrong. And so how we deal with them is really indicative of how your day is going to go. So there was a lot of people who used to write for my magazine that were really, really inspirational. If you don't know, I used to be the editor of a small art magazine. And it was for artists. It was a magazine that was intended to help artists, not just with growing their careers, but with also, just understanding, like, all of the creative challenges that go along with creating art, and just a lot of complicated issues. Getting deep in here, Chad. That's right. So, but anyway, there was a lot of really good writers. They were really good, and they're. I'm not crying. You're crying. No, they stuck with me. They stuck with me, and their words, I hope, helped a lot of people, I think, to create. And that's what we want. We want people who can create. So I'll keep it a little bit lighter, Kiwi. No, I don't want anybody crying. My goodness. It was a happy time. It was a happy time. And again, we just want everybody. I want to live in a world of artists, right? I want to live in a world where everybody is empowered to make the art that they see in their heads, and that they think they need to bring to life. That's what we want. So my hope is that everybody gets an opportunity to do that. That's what I want. That comes from a sincere place in my little heart. So, yeah. Yes. Thanks, Kiwi. So I think we did pretty good on that pass. I'm gonna let that one dry now, and I'm gonna move on to one of these other ones. So we're just gonna do that. And is that a little kitty? Is that a little calico kitty? I think, Kiwi. All right, so we're gonna scoot in here, switch up my image, and we're gonna go right up into the chocolate again. So again, how did we start this if you were here before? We started with the shadows, right? So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna mix my shadow color, which is a little bit blue and a little bit of my burnt umber. So this is a dark blue and a dark brown. And I'm gonna air it on the side of a little more brown. I don't want it to be too dark. It's still kind of a warmish shadow. So we're just gonna thin it down with a little bit of the acrylic glaze. I do love calicos, Kiwi. So I think that's what that is. So again, I'm gonna put my glasses down on my nose, and that helps me see the details from this distance a little bit. So sometimes, eventually my eyes will focus on me a little bit, but it's okay to start out this way. Oh, it's from Squatting Cat's channel. Oh, okay. I think that, are they the ones who, she's also awesome. Yes, I think I saw her. I think I rated her actually the other day. I think I did. Squatting Cat. Maybe somebody recommended her to me, but yes, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I remember she was very nice, if it's the person that I'm thinking of, and she drew cats. So is that the person? So again, we're just going to go around here first with this shadowy color. I'm just going to use a little bit of medium just to kind of shape that out. And I do say that, you know, all of my pieces, for me, they're kind of visually like a puzzle. You did, that's how I found you. Oh, okay, awesome. Awesome, thanks so much, Kiwi. Yeah, I thought that I had gone in there. Somebody recommended her. Maybe it was Cupid. Remember. I'm just gonna go around first on this one with my shadows. So again, I'm keeping in mind on all three of these paintings that my light source is right up here and coming down. So all my shadows are going to be cast in this direction. So I am paying attention to my reference photo, but I am also trying to keep that in mind separate from that, so that if my reference photo for some reason is a little bit off, then I can have something. Yes, that was her. Okay, awesome. Well, I do love kitties, so that was a nice person to raid then. I will confess, I don't get to sit down and really like watch many streams. I would like to, but I work a lot, and so I do this, but I should try, I think, on some of the days where I'm just painting, to turn some streams on so that I get to enjoy some of these other wonderful streamers that are on here. That would be nice, I think. All right, so we're just going to come down here. Again, this is one of those ones that I think my shape is a little bit off, right? I should have an indentation of white down here, and I don't. So I need to fix that. And we're just going to go around with the shadowy color, and then we're again going to move on to bumping it up with the brighter reddish tone for the chocolate. And then we'll go in and work on the nuts. We're going to try not to make as much of a mess on this one as we did on the other one. This one where I kept hitting my brush. Let's see what you wrote here. You should try Jedmo Paints. He does really cool landscapes with oil paints. Nice. It's so nice to learn that there's so many people on here using traditional media. That's always fun. I mean, the digital media, there's amazing artists as well, but I love a good oil or acrylic painter, and so that's really nice. So yeah, we'll have to check him out. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kiwi. Or yeah, Kiwi. Sorry. So I'm going to do something kind of cool right here. We're going to see if it works anyway. That there's this little kind of reflection right here where some of this ice cream has kind of melted down the side, but it's also in shadow. And so I'm going to go in and try to capture that. I don't actually have that in my painting at all right now, except for this little indicator of the shape over here, or the beginning of the shape. So I am going to try to capture that. Official thank you for being awesome. Thanks, Kiwi. You're very kind. I think that's what you said anyway. I'll be honest, I have to have a translator sometimes. My husband has to tell me what people are typing. Like I said, I feel like I was Rip Van Winkle. I just, you know, I wasn't on social media a lot for a couple years, and I kind of missed like the whole rise of AI, and I just missed a lot of stuff. So, all right, so I'm gonna go in. I still want to do some more on these little shadows here. So these are these little indentations in the cone where the chocolate is settling. And I just want to get the shapes roughed in right now, and then I'll come back and fix them. Of course, thanks, Kiwi. Yes. Are you just going to give me, you're going to give me a translation lesson today? That would actually be very helpful for all of the abbreviations and whatever the people use. I do need a crash course. Like I said, I started posting last summer, after a long hiatus on my TikTok. It's okay, I'll translate. Thank you very much. That's very funny. So I'm mixing up this really interesting color. For anybody who can hear me right now, you'll get the secret information. Talk to you later, okay? And this is mixing we'll share it with the others later. This is mixing the blue with the bright blue, but with the dull red, the warmer red, and it creates this really nice shadowy color here. So yeah, I see, Kiwi. All right, so I'm just gonna go right in here, and we're just gonna paint out this shape. So it's interesting to me to, again, experiment with how you can use this little group of colors. Are we back now? I think we're back now. So I was just sharing for anyone who was able to hear me then, but I'm mixing up a color that I'm putting in this, or I've mixed up the color that I'm putting in this reflected area over here. And the way that I'm doing it is for anybody who's been really paying attention to how I mix my colors, thanks so much, Kiwi. To anybody who's been really paying attention to how I mix my colors, what I'm doing is actually, this is a combination of the two different groups of colors. Last game. Oh, and good game. Good game I do know. Last game I did not know. And so this is actually my bright blue mixed with my dull red. So that doesn't sound very exciting, but to me it's very exciting because it makes an entirely different color. And it's really good for these kind of reflected light areas in shadows. That's very specific, but it really truly is, and makes a really interesting color. There's actually a lot of places I use this kind of color combination, but yeah, you can mix the two color wheels together. Laugh out loud. Yes, laughing your butt off, but with the bad word, yes. That one I do know. I was gonna say, so I started posting stuff to TikTok after a long hiatus last summer when I started doing my cookie series, and I needed a translator, like, for almost anything. Let me know if you have any more you want translated. Thank you very much, because I really did. I needed a translator. Every time somebody put a comment on one of my things, I just would say to my husband, like, what does this mean? And I'd have to look it up, or he would tell me. Sometimes he just thinks it's funny to let me squirm. So let me try to figure it out myself. But yeah, it's like a whole language. It's like a whole language, I must admit. All right, so this we're gonna just do right in here. And I just think this color looks almost perfect for the purposes of this. And again, I use this for a lot of different things in different, proportions. But mixing those two different color wheels together, it can make some really interesting effects. So I'm going to go in with just a little bit of this right in here. So this is just the same color, but very thinned out. I'm going to apply it in kind of a little bit of a scattered motion, just to keep it really thin. But again, I'm using lots of medium, so that's okay to keep it thin. But this is how we start to build things that look like really, what's crazy it is so natural to me. I forget it's not normal English. Yes, it's like a whole generational thing, right? It's so natural to you for being on, I mean, just growing up with social media, right? It's very natural to anyone in that generation, and not so much for mine. But like I said, he just likes to see me squirm sometimes, so he likes to not translate things for me. So again, I'm just going in and I'm just starting on here to get this to begin to look realistic. So we're just starting, and this is the part though. I hope y'all will hang out as long as you can, or at least check back later, because this is the part where it really does, again, as a painter, it starts to get fun. The first parts of the painting are the workhorse parts. The later parts of the paintings can be a little bit stressful because they're like the super details. Sounds like family, yeah. But the middle part here, this is the part where it really is the most transformative. I think I said that yesterday, that this would be the most transformative day on the pieces. And so it's, it's hard to see when you look at things and, they don't look as realistic yet as you want them to. But you just got to trust the process and it will get there. So again, I start with, all this very well, I guess as Jake was saying earlier, like loose kind of brush strokes, loose marks, and then I get progressively tighter as I go with everything. So again, lots of ways to accomplish that, but I do it with glazes in lots of layers, and that's just what works for me. So I'm going to go in here. I'm actually going to take just a little bit. So I put this color down for this reflected light in here where the ice cream was melting a little bit, and it's just maybe just a hair too dark still. And so what I'm going to do is I just mixed a tiny bit of yellow into my old mix and a little bit more white. And I'm not going to go over the whole thing, but I am going to try to just kind of go right down the middle and soften it out a little bit. Hopefully it will end up looking in the end a bit more realistic. So again, it's kind of just, again, you put something down, you see how it goes, and you adjust. And that's what we do. So just adjust a little bit. So if you again haven't hung out with me before, welcome. I am painting ice cream today. I do paint a lot of ice cream because I have a client base for it. I have a gallery that sells my ice cream stuff typically. And so I do paint a lot of ice cream, but I don't only paint ice cream. And so next week I am hoping to try something a little bit different. And so I hope that you will stick around with me. We do paint also my little trompe l'oeil pieces, which are often cookies or other food, and they're painted to look hyper realistic, like very, very realistic. So even more realistic than these ones. So those are some fun ones that I do want to pursue as well in the coming weeks. But also, I I really I have some other still life projects that I want to do. Other food. I do typically paint food, but you know, all my little trompe l'oeils are again, they weren't always food, but they are mostly historically food now for me, or mostly now I should say. Historically, I did have some other things in there. Just gonna tint this just a little bit with a little bit of blue. I'm gonna just kind of brighten that up right around this edge. And I'm not using like traditional brush strokes here. I'm just kind of making dotted marks, and everybody does that a little bit differently, but I like things that look very organic. And so so that is one reason why I typically, at least in later layers of my paintings, I will typically avoid straightforward brush strokes. But again, everybody is different, so you know, don't take what I do as gospel. This is just me and what works for me for my painting process, which is mostly organic stuff, you know, mostly food. So that helps me get that feel to things. I am going to flip this upside down in a bit because I want to make sure that all my shapes are accurate in here, because this is a complicated part of the painting. It is. So I'm just going to fix this shape right in here, because again, we don't want to let anything slide, right? This shape is not accurate. And also I want to go back, even though I'm switching to my other colors here, I'm going to go back to my black and my brown. I can see this shape right here is very slightly off. This should actually jut out just a little bit right there. So just little differences that, again, it's a slippery slope. I could let things go, but if I do, it all starts to fall apart, honestly. So I try not to. I try to just hold myself accountable and try to get my shapes as accurate as I can. All right, we're gonna go right in here and just put a little darker shadow right back here. I think this is a cute little series. I've not done many pieces that were like sequential like this, where there's like three little paintings, three little food paintings telling a, you know, sequential story. But I kind of like it. So, you know, maybe it's something I'll do more of in the future, once in a while. Once in a while. Always want to push my still life as much as I can, which is one reason why I tried to do the trompe-l'oeil, because I wanted to push my still life more. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and I just want to check this section. So yeah, I want to go in and work a little bit more on these nuts over here. So let's go ahead and do that. I haven't mixed up enough of this shadow color. So again, just dark blue with a dark brown. You can do this with any color blue and any color brown, and you will end up with a different, you know, combination, a different outcome. But ultimately, blue and brown makes like a nice shadowy, a dark shadowy color. Sometimes I will tinge my shadows with various colors, like red. I like my shadows to be nice and warm. So sometimes I'll tinge them with red. Sometimes I'll just go over them with a glaze that has some red in it. But just remember that you don't want to use, if you're really aiming for realism, you don't want to use black. You don't want to use black for shadows. Again, unless you're, you know, an illustrator of sorts, or you just have another purpose in mind for your painting. So again, nothing that I say is gospel, right? It's all tailored to what works best for you as an artist, if you are an artist. So I'm going to go in here. I can see this shape is completely off. So I'm going to need to go in and fix that. But that's okay. We're early enough in the painting. Fixing our mistakes is okay. All right, so I'm just going to go in here. I can fix some of it with my shadow, some of this shape mistake. And I'm talking about this nut right here. So some of it I can fix with my shadow. Some of it I probably need to go in with a lighter color and just add that in. But maybe what we're going to do is ultimately flip this upside down, and that will probably help us to figure out that shape. All right, so let me just go in here real quick and just remember to do this little bit of chocolate here. Again, sometimes I will eliminate something if I think that it is unnecessary or confusing. I just put that on a little bit messy, but I still think it adds to the piece to have this little bit of chocolate floating out here. But we'll see. We'll see as it goes. I might still remove it. We'll see. All right, we're gonna flip this upside down. I think that's gonna help us. Did I do it again? I don't know how I keep doing that. Need to run the tape back and see. However, I'm doing that today. I need to just remove the paintbrush from my hand. I've never had this happen before. Now it's happening all the time. I need to just remove the paintbrush from my hand before I flip my pieces, I guess, because I keep making a mistake. All right, so flip my picture upside down as well. And so I'm going to go ahead with my shadowy color again. And I'm just going to go right over here. I can see this needs to be applied right up kind of adjacent to this little shape. And it needs to go on the other side of the shape. And again, this isn't black. This is just a mix of my Payne's Gray, which is a dark blue, and my burnt umber. And then once we do this with this color, we're going to come in with some red and try to punch it up. And again, we try to aim for, as much accuracy as we can. And that means we cannot make, it's okay to make mistakes. That's different. That's part of the process. But we can't just be lazy about things. At least that's what I say to myself. I can't be lazy. And so I can't let, things that are not shaped correctly or whatever just slide. I have to hold myself accountable for that because no one else is going to do it for me. And so, wait, I'm really having a hard time here with this. The brush is out of control. Again, I'm just cleaning off my mistake. With a little bit of the medium, and then just rinsing my brush off afterwards and drying it on my paper towel. So I want to go in here because I can see that I did make a mistake in here earlier, and that might be something I have to come back to fix. This is a good little piece though. If you're aiming for, if you want to be a realistic painter and you want to improve your skills, again, I recommend starting small. Try something small, see how it goes, but also try something really simple. And if you can, so if you're going to choose between these 3 ice cream cones, you might want to pick, this one or this one, but really aim for this one. Pick something very simple. And if you can master something simple, then you can, move up and try something a little bit more complicated. I think that when we start with something that's very complicated and a little overly ambitious for our skill set at the time, it can very quickly become frustrating. So I definitely recommend trying to start small and, meet your goals of your skill. It doesn't mean you always have to do them small, but just, start with practice pieces that are small. If I look back, sometimes I talk about, my schooling, and I did go to school for art, but a lot of the stuff that we learned there was not applicable to the way that I wanted to work. And this certainly is completely contrary to the way that I was taught to work. So yeah, I would have much preferred something where I learned to focus on realism and to paint small, but that wasn't an option where I was. So I try to remember the good things that I did learn from that time. But we often did these giant drawings, and there just simply wasn't enough time to do anything. And I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to get us to see positive and negative shapes. They were trying to get us to understand structure. I think there's better ways to do that than what I did there. So everybody's different. Maybe that worked for some students and it just didn't work for me. But you know, like I said, I came out of college a very I will say a relatively unskilled artist, and everything that I use, or most everything that I use today as a painter, is self-taught from a lot of trial and error and a lot of study and research. And you know, I get it. Like I said, there were things that I do carry with me from that time in the schooling, but I think that it was trying to address a different style of painter than what I was, and or that what I wanted to be. But I get it, and so I just have to try to accept the good, right? Just accept the good, and then you accept that you had to learn to do it a lot on your own, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I still had a lot of my education that I think was very valuable, but yeah, I do wish they had taught a little bit more realism, a little bit more realistic painting, not just, you know, figure painting exercises, which I did and they were fine, but it's not really what I wanted to do. So, all right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna mix up my chocolate color again, kind of like we did over here. So this is gonna be this kind of reddish orange color, and it's going to be applied a little more judiciously on this one. There's not as much because a lot of this is in shadow over here, but it is still important to be able to bring up the structure. So again, all of these colors right now in this painting are built from these four colors over here: the brown, the blue, the dark red, and the yellow. And we're going to switch to these ones down here. So this is my pyrrole red. We're going to add the same yellow because, again, I am lazy. I do only use one yellow, although technically there is a second one that you could use if you had a similar palette. And I just want to put in, it's going to be two, again, my terms, you're going to have to forgive me if I say the wrong term, but for me, it will be too hot if I just were to go with those straight colors. So I'm going to take this bright blue and just mix some of that in, which will dull this down to kind of a burnt orangey color that leans a little bit red. So we're going to see how that looks. I want it to be similar to this color over here, and then also similar enough to work in this painting according to my photo. They were taken at very similar times, so they should be relatively close in color, but they are going to be a little bit different for the lighting because I was probably holding the cones in different places. Slightly different places anyway. All right, so we have these shadows in here. I'm just going to try to go in and, again, punch up this color. And this will be a lot of back and forth today, so this will not be the final pass. But what does it say? Let's see. I finished, and for some reason I made a Luigi hanging upside down. That's cool. Literally and figuratively. Well, maybe I inspired you here from my ice creams being upside down. I'm glad to hear it, Kiwi. And wouldn't you know it, is there like a gnome coming in and like painting on my piece before, or am I really that dingy today that I just keep hitting my brush right across my painting? Still enough time to clean it up, but geez, man. Jeez, I said I try not to get frustrated, but man, that's That's a little frustrating, I gotta admit. All right, so let's go in here and we're gonna just, again, work on getting this color up just a little bit. Chocolate has like this wonderful, when it's painted well, when I paint it well anyway, it has this wonderful like orangish reddish glow to it. That's what it looks like when the light hits it. So so that's what I aim for, is I don't want it to be like a dull color, and that's part of why I glaze this other color on top, just so it looks nice and vibrant, like it's really being hit by sunlight. Right, so let's hop over here. You don't have as much of this over here, but there is this bit, and we're gonna have to come back to these little pieces, but where the cone pops up. But it does have this reddish tone around the edges of it. So we're just gonna go right around those, and then we'll come back and we'll kind of fix all that in the end. Turn this sideways because I'm wondering if this is correct. So I'm just going to check myself. Yeah, okay. This right here. Sometimes you got to challenge your brain, right? And make sure that you keep moving things around and don't just stare straight at it, because it will inevitably be simplified by your brain. So I want to challenge it, so I'm looking at things more objectively. That's why I flip it. I'm going to take a little bit of the same color, just like we did on the other cone, and I'm going to just kind of thin it down. And I'm going to spread it out with just a little bit of this acrylic medium, instead of trying to mix up a new color with some white in it, which would tend to look a little pasty. And so I'm just gonna get this kind of melted chocolate in the ice cream by doing that. So we'll just clean that up. All right, and I'm going to take this and I'm going to add a little bit more yellow and a little bit of white. And so what I'm doing is I am trying to get these highlights in here, but I'm not applying brush strokes, right? I'm applying like little kind of stipply dabbly motions. And that to me always looks more realistic for something like this. So we're gonna kind of feather that a little bit. Yes, ads, I know, Kiwi. So we mixed up a little bit of a color that's gonna go for these highlights here. And it's really the same color mix, but just with a little bit of yellow and a little bit of white in it. So there's a lot you could do. I'm gonna lurk for a bit after ads because I got some more psychology homework. Yeah, sure thing. Ads over. Yes, well, I understand if you have to do psychology homework. I took a psychology class when I was in school. I do remember. But yes, thank you so much for hanging out with me, Kiwi. I totally understand, and I hope that your studies go well. So it's nice that you'll still be lurking. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna just go in and try to. Again, I don't like traditional brush strokes, right? I say that a lot on here, but I don't. Everybody paints differently, but because I paint stuff that's really organic, because it's mostly food, everything should have kind of that, you know, my paintings are very flat, but they look like they're texture food. That's what I aim for. So I'm just gonna take these little dabs of paint, and then I'm taking a little bit of my medium on a different brush and kind of making it look even a little bit rougher and a little bit more spread out. So again, I'm going to go into this color. We're just going to take a little bit, not applying it over these. Like, I know these whole shapes are there under the chocolate. You'll be here in the background. Thanks so much, Kiwi. I appreciate it. Just gonna dab them in, very judiciously in very specific spaces, just to kind of imply, because it's not uniform here, right? It doesn't go over everything. It just kind of, um, it just kind of peeks through here and there. That's really what it does. Let's just flip this around. It's much better. It's much better. Okay, so we'll flip it back. Much, much better. I really feel like this method, like I said, it took me a long time to get here. Don't think that I figured this out overnight, but that this method is what works for me. Might not be what works for you, but it works for me. And so, figuring out what works best for you, it's just like anything else. It's just time and practice. If you're a painter or if you're anything, I have, sometimes I talk about my little garden, right? So I have this little garden outside, and I have a little garden in my kitchen, and I started doing them last year. And I would say I was I would say the indoor one wasn't too bad. I have things called arrow gardens indoors, and so I was able to grow like lettuce and kale, and they're fine, and I can grow them through the winter, which is nice. But my outdoor garden, let's just say it left something to be desired last year. And it's still very small, but I've had so many more successes this year than I had last year. And so for me, that's just persistence, man. That's like me experimenting with things and figuring out what works and why. It's a lot of research and trial and error. And so, it's the same with painting, right? You just have to try different things until you figure out what your groove is, and what's going to work best for you. So I'm going to flip this back. I think we're going to come back and work on these nuts. And so what I'm going to do is, first of all, I want to shrink this down just a tiny bit. I want to go in, I need to fix the shapes on some of these nuts. They're still a little bit off. So I'm just going to mix up a color that's still pretty close to my base, which would be my yellow, my darker red, my darker blue, and a little bit of white. And I'm just going to try to just edge them out just a little bit, just like we did on the other painting, to make sure my shapes are accurate. And then we'll flip it upside down just to double check ourselves. So I'm going to go in here. I can see, again, I say we're looking for anchor spots, things that I know are correct. So I can see, in this case, for example, this line of chocolate that goes right here, that goes behind this nut. But on my painting, the nut is down too low. So I need to fix that. And again, you can let things slide, but I do not. I do not. I try to hold myself to a pretty high standard. Anything that I leave out has to be conscious on my part. And if I make a conscious decision to leave something out, well, that's very different. But if I leave something out because I'm lazy, like, that's not cool. And what it will end up doing is my painting will suffer in the end for that. So I've just learned I can't be lazy. So I'm going to go into a couple of these other places here. This one looks okay. This one looks, I'm going to end up glazing over these, but they're way too dark right now. So we're just going to cut back into them just a little bit to give us a little bit of room to apply the glazes. Again, I can see this one up above it is a little off because this should really be coming out more toward the edge here. This shape in here is a little off. So we're going to fix that. This shape is actually totally missing right here. So you need to do that. And it doesn't seem like much, but fixing these little shapes has already made this, to me, look like it will end up being much more convincing than if I had just tried to stick with the shapes that I had. And so again, you look for anchor points, you look for positive and negative shapes, things like that. So again, let's take this for example. I can see that this shape is sort of okay, but it's probably not cutting out here quite as much as it should. And the shape next to it, this one, this was the first one that I saw was really, really off from what it should be. And when I say that you like look at the positive and negative shapes, so like if I look at these two nuts, right? And even if I look at this one, I can see this is very off too, because these gaps between here are not what these gaps are here. So to see this more accurately, I'm going to flip it upside down. I'm going to be very careful this time to not paint on my panel like I have been doing, but we're going to flip it upside down. And I don't want to make it too big because I try to work at a 1-to-1 scale, and if I don't do that, then it makes extra work for my brain. So I don't want to like zoom in too much and confuse myself, especially when I'm trying to figure out the spacing on here. So I need this to be a little bit closer. So again, I'm looking at the positive and the negative shapes, right? So I'm looking at the shape that I'm painting, that would be the positive shape. And then I'm also looking at the shape of this chocolate in here. So that right now is much more accurate on this side. Still very off over here though. And why is that? So let's find out. So I can see that this little shape in here is pretty good. That tells me that this nut's not too far off from where I want it to be. But this one is completely short of where I need it to be. So I'm going to put just a tad more white in there just to give it a little more coverage. And I'm going to end up glazing back over this area anyway. But this nut right here, I need to pay attention because this chocolate here, I should be able to clearly see that shape with just that little hair of chocolate in between these two pieces. So, you know, sometimes people get very overwhelmed with very complicated paintings. I'm not saying it's easy, because it's really not. But a lot of it is just kind of like figuring out the method that will help to hold you accountable for things as you go. So, for me, something like this, you know, if you look on my website, some of my older pieces, which I loved actually painting, were simply a big pile of stuff. So I took like a bunch of Transformer toys and GoBots and piled them up and then painted them on a big square, so like edge to edge. Or I did it with a pile of strawberries, or what else did I do? A pile of Hostess cakes, things like that. And so those are incredibly complicated to paint, incredibly complicated to paint. But again, you just look for your positive and negative shapes and your anchor spots that help you to build everything out. And then it's just time. So, you know, I will say the one very sad thing of being, you know, a realist painter in the way that I paint is it takes me a very long time often for a lot of pieces. And that doesn't always mean that I can recoup my time for those. But sometimes I aim to. I do try to be efficient. Like I said before, I do try to be efficient. But particularly back in the day when I was, you know, starting and I was challenging myself, um, yeah, painting really big things can be wonderful, but it's also very difficult and it takes a lot of time, especially if you're just learning. So I still stick by my my thing that, you know, if you want to, even just to refresh your skills, but just starting small is a good thing to do. And for me, you know, I've painted lots of big things at this point. You know, ice cream cones that were 4 or 5 feet tall. But it's still nice for me to come back to this size because this is really good to help to train my eye. So I'm going to flip this back around again. And now all these little shapes are accurate. So that took what, like 10 or 15 minutes, something like that? I don't know. It wasn't very long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, you know, again, I had these colors are all in these darker base colors here. This time I'm going to switch again because I want to put some highlights on these and some glazes on these. So let's start with my glazes first. We're going to go with my brighter red, my yellow, and my brighter blue. And again, this is just kind of, you know, I have a methodology to this. It might not be what works for you if you're a painter, but you know, I'm happy to share. I got to do this anyway, so I'm going to talk through my process, and hopefully you find it at least semi-interesting. So, you know, there's that. So we're just going to go right with that. But like I said, persistence is, you know, for anything, right? Persistence is the key. And just keeping, you know, again, nobody's going to hold your hand. Nobody's going to do it for you. If you're really determined, you can do it yourself. But it's going to be hard. You're going to have to push through difficult days. You're going to have to push through frustration, and you're going to have to just be self-driven to keep researching and, you know, talking to people or watching videos or whatever to find out what methods work for you. But like I said, I did it for this. I'm a persistent little bugger. And so I don't give up very easily on things. And so, you know, I did it for my painting. It took me a long time to figure stuff out. I still learn with every piece that I do. I'm learning my gardening stuff. And I also learn languages. I'm persistent that way too. And, you know, I'm not great at it, but I am learning that, you know, the way that I learned languages in school was not conducive to the way that I needed to learn. And so, so I'm very much enjoying studying languages in the little bit of time that I have each day. And, you know, again, it's just about persistence. It's what drives you. All right, so we have some extra shadows in there now. Just gonna pull a little bit of this off, just a little bit. This is called a regressive technique, and it's just to get a little bit of this glaze that I just put on. It'll still stain it, but it'll take a little bit off. So we'll come back and work on those details, but I am going to put some highlights in here because I think that would be fun. Just again, I sometimes need to see that something is working for me. So again, I'm going to take this same color mix that I just did, but I'm going to add more yellow to it and a little bit more of my red, so I don't have as much blue in there this time around. And this is my bright red and my bright yellow. Well, my only yellow, but my bright red. I'm going to take a little bit of this, and we're just going to see. I might need a little bit more white. There we go. So we're just going to go in and just put a little bit of this, kind of feather it out, using a little bit of the glazing medium. And again, this is like me keeping in mind that I am that my light is coming from this upper left front, and so I want to be aware of that as I apply the paint, even though I'm paying attention to the photo. But I also just want to be consciously aware of that decision so that I'm not beholden to the photo if I feel like there's something that needs to be changed, or if there's something where there was another light source that was competing for the direction. So if you're just joining me for the first time, welcome. And my name is Kim, and I am here 4 days a week, and I am a full-time painter, so I do this all the time. My husband suggested that I come on and just open my metaphorical door to my studio and share what I do. So you are welcome to just linger and lurk and watch and enjoy, or if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them as best I can. And you're also welcome to, I really enjoy when people bring their own work in and just, work on that in the background. And you're welcome to introduce yourself and share your work as well. So I want this to be a peaceful little corner for people who love art or for people who make art. I think it's good for people to, I don't know, I think it's good for our brains to watch things get completed, right? So is that somebody just did something, right? Did somebody just follow me? That was really nice. Thank you very much. I saw a little heart pop up. Is that Fairy Foundling? Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So I'm just gonna go in here. Lovely work. I did just follow you. Thank you so much, Fairy Foundling. That's very kind. I really appreciate it. Yes, my husband has programmed this for me and set it all up. And I just saw the little heart pop up, and I was like, I know that means something. I wasn't quite sure. I'm glad the Twitch algorithm is promoting you. Are they? That's nice. I'm glad they are too. That's nice to know. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Are you an artist, Fairy Foundling, or an art lover? Just gonna go in here, just try to fix these just a little bit. We'll come back to them, but is that Willow? Willow is back with her cat emojis, which I always love. Hi Willow, how are you doing? Are you working today as well? You were recommended. I am both. I don't stream and I don't art very much anymore. but I love getting inspired by the artist here. That's really nice. There's an amazing art community here, very supportive. Yes, everybody seems super kind. I would agree with that, and I have not been here very long, but I would agree with that, that everybody does seem super, super kind, and that means a lot. So that's a really nice thing, because I honestly didn't know what it would be like. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you're following, and yeah, I'm so glad that you find watching the artists on here a little bit inspiring for you. Do you mind if I ask, and you don't have to answer? You will be assimilated. Are you a Star Trek fan? Because I am too, actually. Um, that's funny. Yeah, I will be assimilated into the arts. I love it. Do you mind if I ask you what kind of art that you are? Fairy Foundling, Next Generation, or anything? um, And I just want to ask, and you don't have to answer, but what kind of work you used to make if you don't make it anymore? Yeah, I was always when I was a kid, I used to watch Star Trek: The Next Generation when I would get home from school. It was usually on at 6 o'clock or 6:30. Um, and yeah, I enjoyed watching my Star Trek Next Generation very much. It's my favorite one. I've seen most of the other shows as well, but it's still always my favorite. All right, we're gonna switch. So I'm just gonna show these real quick. We're just gonna let these two dry for right now. We're doing pretty good on them. They look pretty okay right now. Still got a long way to go, but we're gonna let these ones dry, and we're gonna move on to the full one. So this one's gonna be a little bit tricky because we got so much going on in such a tiny space. Again, these are only 5x7s, and so that is a lot of tiny marks that we're going to be making in here. And so what I'm going to do is, I can see, I always say, what do I need to do to make this look, to take this to the next level? And before I get to anything else on this one, I can see I just don't think that my nuts are glazed up enough in terms of their color. So we're going to fix that. So again, I'm going to go in with this brighter color of the red and the yellow, and just a touch of my blue. And we're going to add a little bit more yellow to that. And I think the best way for me to do this is to flip this upside down. So I'm going to flip this. And I'm going to try to scale this down because, again, I want to work at a 1-to-1 scale. I don't want to overwork my brain trying to size something up or down. So we're just going to go in there, and I'm going to actually put just a tiny bit of white in this, I think, and a little bit more yellow, just a bit. We're going to see how that goes. We need a little more yellow. We'll adjust this because not all of these nuts are the same, but I just feel like there's so much going on here, and I just don't think it's interesting enough yet. I don't think it has, my colors aren't accurate yet. So let's see here. Fairy Foundling. Oh, Next Generation's your favorite? Oh, Kindred Spirit, that's nice. And you draw. You have a very cartoony style. I love characters, but I've been on a cross-stitch kick for a couple years now. Nice. These paintings are amazing. That's very kind. I appreciate that very, very much. Cross-stitch is very cool, actually. I used to do that when I was a kid. I haven't done it in a number of years, but I enjoyed myself a good cross-stitch. So that is actually... somebody said earlier that, I think it was Kiwi, said that my paintings are good for her brain too. And I guess kind of in that same methodology that like cross stitches, right? Like that just like pattern solving, I guess would be the way to say it. Um, that I feel like that's kind of what I do. I solve very complicated patterns. You just finished a piece that you started in high school a long time ago. Well, good for you. You came back to it. Was it a really complicated one? Um, my husband's grandma used to make some very complicated ones, and I remember she did a big Mickey and Minnie in front of a sunset for us, a Disney one that was super complicated for cross stitching. So that's really cool. Congratulations. It's good to come back and finish something that you've let sit for a long time. I know I've done that with my paintings too sometimes. It was pretty complicated, small stitches, lots of metallic embellishment. Nice. It feels good. Yeah, I totally get that. I'm very happy for you because that's a huge accomplishment, and it is nice when you feel like you can finally come back to something. I've mentioned on here I've had a few paintings that I have left sit for years and then come back. Yeah, of course. You are very welcome. Yeah, there are a few paintings that I've let sit for years or that I've worked on periodically over the course of years. And it is always a nice feeling. So, like there was one that I really loved doing, and it was only a 12 by 16, but it was a strawberry cone. And I just felt like it was several years back, like too complicated for my skill level. And so I started it, and I just let it sit for years in the corner of a room. And then I finally, I upped my skills. And then I saw it sitting there one day, and I'm like, I'm going to go back and I'm going to finish that. So I did it, and it ended up being one of my favorite pieces. But if I hadn't spent all of those years building up my skills, I think it would have been a pretty disappointing piece overall. Yeah, right. That's affirming. Yeah, yeah, of course. I did the same thing with the big one that I did last year. If you go look on my website, you can find the strawberry one on there too. But I did this, it's on my social media, for this giant 5 foot tall fudge ripple ice cream cone. And it was so big and so daunting. I started it over 2 years ago, and I could only work on it in little pieces. And I kept thinking, it's just too big. I can't finish it. And so I really didn't know if I ever would. And like I said, I would come back to it every few months and I'd work on it a little bit. And I was like, man, I just can't. Yeah, it's humongous. And then I finally, because I shipped it to my gallery, and I was shipping something else that was large, and or I was planning to, and shipping is very expensive when you ship really large pieces. You have to have very specific shippers. So I'm not sure if you can hear me anymore. You're in ads. I'll wait until afterwards to tell that story. Anyway, I'm going in here. I'm just trying to finish this. Just to get a little bit of a glaze in here. And you're back. Okay, are you back? Really? Oh, maybe it's delayed on my end. It says 26 seconds. Let me hang on just another minute just to be sure. It was a 30-second ad. Yeah, there's usually a delay. Oh, okay, good to know. All right, well, um, yes, okay, well, it says everybody back. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out gradually. Like I said, I'm pretty new here, so I don't really know how that works yet. But what I was saying was shipping giant paintings is very expensive, and so usually you have to have a specialized shipper who is willing to do that for you. I can't like ship, especially because my paintings are on panel, so they're kind of heavy, and so anyway, I had that giant panel of the 5 foot tall fudge ripple sitting there, and it wasn't finished, and I had to ship another piece soon, or I was planning to. And so I thought, I'm just gonna buckle down and I'm gonna do it. And and yes, so I finally did it, but it was exhausting, and I was working on it at the same time as another very complicated piece that was also very big. Um, we all scream for drumsticks. Yeah, how are you doing? It's nice to see you here. Yes, we're painting some drumsticks today. We're calling them Sunday cones, just so we don't infringe on any trademarks. So we're calling them Sunday cones. But yes, um, and yeah. So anyway, that's the that's the trick of things. But I painted like a ridiculous schedule to get it done. A ridiculous schedule. You saw me painting the melted one yesterday. Nice. Thanks very much. Yeah, so I have all three going at the same time, so we're still working on them. We're going to work on all three together here and just see how far we can get on them. So I appreciate you coming back, though. Thanks so much. Um, all right, so let's go ahead and look at this again. I think what I need to do, because I put in a little bit more color on that, I still feel like I need a little bit more glaze. So we're going to go ahead and, thanks so much. Back to Lurk. Okay, thanks so much. I really appreciate you being here. All right, so I'm just going to put in a very light glaze over some of these ones that look really pasty. I'm going to make it a little bit more yellow and a little bit more blue. A little bit more yellow, maybe. A little bit more blue and a little bit of white in this, because these are a bit lighter. I'm just going to go in, and I just want to put just a little bit of a glaze. I'm still going to come back and rework these, but I just want a little bit of something, because you don't want stuff to be too pasty. You want to be able to have enough room to go up with more highlights. And so that's a big reason why I try to kind of knock things back once in a while with my glazes, is so, you know, like these right here, right? Like they're the right shape, but they're too light already. I don't have any room to go on my highlights. And so it's really that their colors are not as accurate as they need to be. And so I'm just gonna go in here. We're just gonna address that just a little bit, and then we're gonna go back and start to refine. So what brought you to painting all this deliciousness? So I talk about this sometimes, that I came back to painting after many years of a hiatus after college. I went to work for a small art magazine, and after interviewing many artists, I was like, I really wanted to paint. That was what I wanted to do, and I really sucked at that time. I was pretty bad as an artist, and I was just sheer determination. And so I bought a bunch of books. I started watching YouTube videos. I was talking to the artists that I was interviewing for the magazine. I would wake up an hour before work, and I would stay up late afterwards, and I was just painting. I was learning as much as I could about painting. And then the reason that I came to painting food was I really tried to figure that out for a long time. I experimented with a whole bunch of different stuff for a number of years, actually. That's always we all start somewhere. That's right. Determination is admirable. It's the only way to go. It's the only thing that's going to get you through. And so, so one way that helped me to figure out what I was going to paint was simply experimentation, trying things and figuring things out. I was trying to find a voice that was my own and that wasn't, hi Kiwi, welcome back. I was trying to find a voice that was my own and not someone else's. So sometimes I say that, you know, the first body of work that I really painted, that one that I was doing when I was waking up early before work, it was oil paintings, and it was of concession stands in Florida at the baseball stadiums, at all the spring training stadiums. And look at you now. That's right. Look at me now. I am I'm in a lot better place with my paintings. And Dinos the Devil is back. Good afternoon to you too, sir. It's nice to see you here. So yeah, I started out with that body of work that was the baseball stadiums, their concession stands, because we loved going to baseball games. And I painted those for a while. I even won some prizes. I had one that was actually blown up to like a 30-foot tall poster for outside of a little art organization in Florida. And then I won some money for some other ones. So I thought, well, this is good, you know, like I'm doing okay with this. And eventually, I got really frustrated because getting my photos, even though the paintings were lovely, sometimes I'll share them. Yeah, sometimes I'll share them. They were really nice. They were just, you know, solitary figures working at the concession stands. And, but I started, you know, to get frustrated with the ability to get the photos, and sometimes people would yell at me. So, aw, Kiwi, thanks so much. You love it here. She's so kind. um, Sometimes people would yell at me for taking the photos. And I was like, man, I don't know if I want to do figure painting if people are going to yell at me, and I can't afford to like pay models. So this is maybe more trouble than it's worth for me. And I also realized that I was really just trying to emulate another painter that I really liked, and it wasn't quite my voice. So I started to paint still life because I wanted to find things at home. And that was why I started experimenting with that. And then, you know, gradually I figured out that the most creative form of the still life um, was for me being able to paint food, because I could sculpt the food. I could change it. Like I always say, spread out, not crust. Yeah. It was, one guy was really nasty to me at one of the stadiums. Like, he was cursing up a storm, and I was just like, man, I don't know if I have the stomach for this. So yeah. So yeah, that kind of deterred me from that. But now I have, you know, I have the ability to, I feel like I'm a specialist in food. And then last year I started this other series that I did with the cookies and the other snack foods as kind of these little scenes. And so I really love doing that, and I'm glad that I'm trying right now to make more time for that. But you know, I think it all worked out in the end because I love imagination. Ice cream specialist. Thanks so much, Dinos the Devil. Yeah, it's a niche. Thank you. Being a food painter, I think, is kind of a niche. And I just like the creativity of it, you know. So even something like this, just painting the three of these together in a related manner, you know, that's very different. I will share, I think I teased this. We're going to see if it works out. I do try to branch out from, I'm glad you like the cookie ones too, by the way. We're going to try some other new ones with that, with different types of food as well. But one thing that I really wanted to paint, this is going to sound really silly, but as a food painter, I'm like kind of nerding out about it. But I want to paint a marshmallow. So I bought some at the store this past week. I want to paint a giant, well, we don't know how giant I'll be, but I want to paint a roasted marshmallow on a stick. And so I think that probably a few years back, I would not have had the skill set to be able to do that. But I do think that I can do it now. So I'm hoping that maybe next week, yeah, we're going to give it a shot, Fairy Foundling. We're going to give it a shot. So I'm hoping that next week I can try to do that, because I just think it would look really, really cool. Yeah, that's right, Kiwi. So, and the thing is, like, ice cream's really difficult to paint, right? Because there's lots of textures and stuff going on, lots of craziness that if you think about what a roasted marshmallow looks like, yeah, food is relatable to so many people. You would chop the marshmallow before painting it. Well, I might have to partake in it after I photograph it. So, hey, Solar Phonics, welcome back. How are you doing today? It's nice to see you, sir. Kiwi, same. So yeah, we're gonna give it a shot, but I think that I wouldn't. It's kind of like that strawberry cone, and even the giant, fudge ripple that I said. I think a few years ago, I wouldn't have been able to have the skill set to paint them, and now I feel like I do, and so painting the marshmallow, that might not sound so grand to anyone out there, but for me, I think that it would be um, an encouraging thing to see if I have the skills to do it. I'm so glad. I'm good for all the solar phonics. Thank you so much for asking. So yeah, we're gonna see if I have the skills to do it. So I hope y'all will hang with me next week, and we'll aim to get maybe a photo of it sometime soon here in the next few days. Let's hope I don't burn down the house or the yard trying to do that. I was thinking I should try to do it inside. That's probably the best and safest way to do it because I have a gas stove. So, um, and so yeah, so we'll give it a shot. Oh, you're doing much or better than earlier too, Kiwi. Oh, I'm so glad. That's good. Anyway, so that's what we want to keep doing, right? We want to keep pushing our skills and see what we can do because, who wants to just do the same thing all the time? I've painted a lot of ice cream, don't get me wrong. Sometimes that can seem a little monotonous, but I do try with every one that I do to learn something new and to try to keep pushing myself to get a little bit better. So, that's what we got to do as artists, right? Solar Phonics, do you find your art comes from a place that cannot be described or is not describable by words? Yes. So particularly, I would say, and I keep pointing back to this, but particularly my cookie series, which I call it a foodscape series because my hope is to evolve beyond just the cookies or an intense hunger for delicious foods. So I'm not saying that I've never eaten this stuff, but I try not to eat too much of it, Kiwi. I do. I try not to eat too much of it. Like when I was photographing my sundae cones here, I think I had 6 of them out in cups in various way. So we just had to let those go to the trash can afterwards. I'm not going to sit around and eat part of 6, cones. And comes from source. Pardon the pun. Yes. So yeah, I said before I keep a sketchbook nearby. Sometimes I have things come to me and I just sketch them out or just write them out in words if I just have my phone nearby. Just write them out what it is that I want to accomplish. And it comes to me in a flash. And, sometimes it's more methodical than that, where something, like the ice creams are, I know I need to paint ice creams. What can I do? And so that's just a little bit more experimentation. But and just kidding. Thank you for the clarification, Kiwi. So I appreciate it. She's translating for me today, folks, because I have said that I do not understand the shorthand very well of online lingo. I apologize. So solar phonics, yes, art and music. I think it's pretty much the same process. Like I said, I do have a somewhat of a music background, not as advanced as yours, but I've written a few songs on the piano, and like I said, I took voice lessons and such. And so yeah, I would say it's very similar-ish when you're creating something new. That it's not. I can't, maybe some people can, but I don't sit down and say like, all right, I need to come up with something. And I'm actually kind of baffled when people say, yes, and you're my translator. Yes, I appreciate it. I don't just sit down and, say I'm going to come up with ideas. I don't think it can work that way. Maybe it works that way for some people, but Solar Phonics, and you were on a 7-day streak watching me. That's really nice. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. So, so yeah, I think it just comes, all right? I think it just comes to your head, and it's not really something that you can adequately describe. I think that, also just that drive to create is also something. Thanks so much, Solar Phonics. That drive to create is also something where sometimes you have a hard time explaining that to people. It's just something in you, right? It's something that you have a drive to create. Maybe you have something that you need to say. Maybe that you have something that you need to express. Whatever your reason is, that is, that's kind of indescribable, as you said, right? Solar Phonics, yeah, trust it. Yeah, you just got to trust it. So I, you know, I, I found my I found the thing, I think, um, last year that I really love. I still love doing this kind of work. But I found the thing that really pushes me forward. And like I said, everything has to push you forward. Everything should push you forward in the arts. You always want to get better. You always want to make, things communicate better. Kiwi, art is your coping mechanism for all the chaos. I think that is a very true statement, probably for most of us, especially when your mentor passed away. I'm very sorry. Yeah, art is what gets us through, right? Oh, I appreciate, yeah. I'm sorry about that, Kiwi. Yeah, I said recently that I love animals, right? But I lost my girls, and I think that without my art, I wouldn't be able to get through as well. So yeah, everything that we do as artists comes from a place of necessity, and being able to fall back into that when you're struggling with difficult things is definitely meaningful and important. So I hear that that too, it inspires. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so yeah, it's a thing that it's again, for people. I feel like for people who don't have something like this, or music like Solar Phonics, or the art that Kiwi is doing, it's one reason why I really hope that people who even think that they don't have any creativity in them, just try, try different things and find that thing that helps you get through the difficult times. Because art really does, as Kiwi said, it's good for your brain. Art, music, these things are good for your brain, and they help us in ways that are, as Solar Phonics said, kind of indescribable. It's kind of indescribable. So yes, Solar Phonics is a composer. So Solar Phonics, please, share, share your channel, share what you do. So, and you're also a music lover, Kiwi. That's nice. You try. Aw, she's following. Good. I think that if everybody felt empowered to create something that was their contribution for their voice to the world, um, you're stuck with me. No escape. Okay. That's funny. Um, if everybody was able to create something, art, music, writing, whatever, something that's yours, if you felt the confidence enough to create stuff, if everybody did, I just feel like this world would be such a better place. And so my hope is that more and more people find that thing that, helps them to tap into their creativity and their expressiveness, and their voice. I mean, I think that's part of it, right? Is just Yeah, solar phonics, just finding your voice and sharing that perspective with the world. So even though these little ice cream paintings might not be as complicated as, let's say, like my cookie pieces, um, I still like, if you're looking at these, what I'm hoping that you get from them, because they're very detailed, they're very um, you know, they're very realistic, they're very detailed, but this isn't for me an exercise in that. This is me telling the world, pay attention to the small things that are beautiful and that you can see. So, um, because so everything has a meaning, everything has a purpose in it. Even an ice cream cone. All right, so we're doing a lot better on this. We're just going to go in here and do a few more details to shape this out, and then I'm going to actually let this dry and go on to my shadows and my chocolate again. So it's a nice place, Kiwi, right? Especially ice cream cones. Ice cream cones help you to see that even the simple things in life can be beautiful, even just simple things. So I don't, I hope that people just notice things, right? Did you ever hear, Mary Poppins? Do you ever watch Mary Poppins? And there's that wonderful line that she says most grown-ups can't see past the end of their nose, right? And I actually think that's probably one of the best philosophical statements in history. That most people can't see past the end of their nose. I think she says most people. Most people can't see past the end of their nose. And so when I paint food, when I paint still life, I hope that it has some nostalgic, beautiful quality to it that brings back good memories. And I hope that it also helps you to see the details in life, the small things that are beautiful. Kiwi, no worries. Yes, thank you so much. It was so nice to meet you. I really appreciate it. And I hope that all goes well for you this evening and that we'll see you again sometime. So thank you so much for stopping by. It was very, very nice to meet you. I don't know what I'm going to do without my translator now for the rest of the day, though. I'm going to have to Google things unless somebody else jumps in for that. So yeah, thanks so much, Kiwi. All right, so we're gonna go in here. I'm just gonna do a few more highlights and then we're gonna go back to the shadows. DM if you need me. Will do. Okay, sounds good. Thanks very much. All right, so we're just gonna do a few of these, and like I said, then we'll come back and start to work on the shadows and the chocolate and really try to punch this up. But these are really all looking a lot better than they were this morning, or right when we started this afternoon, I guess. So I'm pretty pleased again with the progress. I feel like if we could just get through these, the details and such on the nuts and the chocolate today, I would be pretty happy. They wouldn't be done, but they would be much better off, much farther along. And that would put us in pretty good shape then for tomorrow to, you know, mostly be able to finish all 3 of these up. That's what my hope is. Sometimes I'm a little ambitious with that, but mostly to finish these up. I'm going to go ahead and flip this upside down again. And we're just going to check. It's going to help me to see these a little bit more accurately again. And we're just going to go in a few minutes and just work on these shadows. But this just helps me at this stage to really fix, you know, again, all of these shapes, because there's a lot of complicated things going on up here. And I want to make sure that I am as accurate as I can be. Because again, we don't want to go down that slippery slope of just letting things slide by. This is one that is not correct. I know I had come in here and fix this a little bit. So we'll just fix that a little bit more. And this is also not correct. So again, we want to look at these positive and negative shapes, right? So this shape of the chocolate in here, there's this little nut that's kind of protruding down into there. And so that needs to be corrected. That corrected it a little bit. This is also one of those shapes that it's the right shape, but it's too small. And I can tell because my chocolate shape is off. So again, looking at positive and negative shapes as I go. This one has a little bit in here that needs to be addressed. Just a lot of complicated shapes. So we just want to do stuff that doesn't get lost. So I'm just going in here and again trying to pay attention to these positive and negative shapes just to get these final shapes of the nuts correct. See, there's one I missed entirely. So right here. And I think if I hadn't flipped this upside down, I wouldn't be able to see it as well. And again, do I need to include that? Technically, no. I could have skipped it, but I don't roll like that. I got to get everything accurate as much as I can. Anything that I leave out has to be a conscious decision on my part. Otherwise, it will affect the painting in a negative way, I think. All right, everybody's back. So we're just fixing all of these little shapes in here. Because I said I don't have to get them all correct, but I do. Technically, I don't have to, but I do. Because if I let things slide, it is a slippery slope, and I don't want to head down that slippery slope. So to get things the most accurate and therefore the most convincing in the end, I need to really concentrate on my shapes. Because again, I always say it, right? You guys are going to start getting driven crazy by me saying it, but we're not painting ice cream cones. We're painting a bunch of abstract shapes. So that is what I try to do. I try to paint a bunch of abstract shapes that eventually all fit together to create an ice cream cone. So, or whatever it is that I'm painting. All right, I think I'm going to, let's do one more. I think we're going to let this dry in this way now. And I'm going to work on some of the shadows around the nuts. So again, it's very similar to what we did. We're going to come back and fix all these later, but we have the shapes down now. So it's very similar to what we did over on these other two. And so what I want to pay attention to is these really heavy shadows, and we're going to do it upside down, but really what I'm thinking is my light again is up in this upper left area and it's hitting the cone this way. That's why this part of the cone is in deeper shadow. So all my shadows are going to be kind of down in this direction. So I'm going to keep this flipped upside down just because there's a lot of nuts there and I want to be able to kind of navigate this a little bit more clearly. So to do my shadow color for the darkest shadow, I'm going to take again my dark blue, which is called Payne's Gray. And then I'm going to take my dark brown, which is a burnt umber. And we're just going to put some glazing medium into that. And I'm going to, sometimes you will see me do this, I don't know if I've ever actually mentioned it, but when I have a thicker brush, this is a little bit thicker than some of my others, but I need to go to a point, I'll just turn it in the paint and it will turn it to a little point for me. You can do that too if your brush is a little bit frayed. You could just dip it in some water and turn it and then just let it dry. Just twist the bristles around and then just let it dry that way, and oftentimes that will fix it. That only really works for really soft brushes like this though. So I'm just going to go in and I'm going to just start to really clarify. I want to make sure I get into these. I'm going to put my glasses down on my nose a little bit just so I can see a little bit better. I want to make sure I get these shapes really accurate too in here. And then there's actually some pretty heavy shadows on some of these larger nuts. So I want to make sure that I get that. I do have a little bit of shadow that I had put on these. But it's quite a heavy shadow because there are larger pieces that are sticking out. Shadow right through here. In here. So we're starting to get a little bit of clarification in here. a little bit more cleaned up. I might need to switch to a smaller brush. I don't want to mess anything up too much if I can avoid it. Got some tight corners in here. We're doing okay though. Got some nice little dark shadows. We'll flip it upside down in a minute, maybe before I get through the whole thing, or right side up I should say, just to check ourselves. But this is also a nice way to, you know, clean up the edges of things where maybe things got a little bit out of control, not naming any names. But where my shapes maybe got a little out of control, or my application of my glazes got a little out of control. So again, if you're here for the first time, welcome. My name is Kim, and I am here 4 days a week. So I'm new to Twitch relatively. I think I'm about maybe not quite a month in, and I would appreciate it if you would follow, if you don't mind, if you're enjoying this. And we just try to keep it really relaxed, really peaceful. I just yammer on about my process, and you know, I tell some stories sometimes about various things, but I also invite you to share if you're an artist, and you don't have to be a professional artist. If you're just an artist of any kind, crafter, writer, painter, musician, whatever, you are always welcome to share your work in here, share what you do, and talk about it. So I like hearing about it. And if nothing else, feel free to just come in and lurk. And if you want to work on something while you're in here, that would be awesome. Again, I have a number of people who seem to enjoy doing that, so that makes me feel good. It makes me feel like we're all working in the same studio space then. I told this story recently, but when I, like a number of years back, I guess I'm almost 8 or 9 years back, I won a public art competition, and I got to go to Washington, D.C. to create this public art project. And there were about 22 of us, I think, and they split us into 2 groups, and we worked in a big building together, the 11 of us in one and the 11 in the other. And it was so nice to have that camaraderie for all of the artists to be working in that same space, to see what we were working on, to, you know, give some feedback, and just to kind of hear their brilliance, honestly, because there was a lot of very amazing artists that were there. And so that was a lot of fun, and I guess this is my version of that. It's me opening my door to you, that you can come and hang out with me. And you know, if you just want to lurk and enjoy, that's totally fine. If you want to work on stuff in the background, that is also totally fine. But I do think that the Twitch community of artists has been really wonderful, and that's really nice to know. And so it's nice to know that we're all out there for each other, right? I think. Because sometimes making art, really of any kind, you know, again, visual arts, music, writing, whatever, it's a very isolating thing. So it's nice to know that there's other people out there who kind of think along your lines, and yeah, we can just kind of relax with each other. So this one actually has a particularly heavy shadow. Can you see that right here? That's a particularly heavy shadow. I'm going to make it relatively dark, but what I'm actually going to do more than that is come in and brighten up my chocolate. So it is a dark shadow, but really the problem here is, first, I didn't have my shadow in quite the right place. It wasn't extended quite far enough. But really I need to brighten up the chocolate. So that will make the shadow pop a little bit more. This also is a very heavy shadow right here. We're just going to turn it on its side. Take a peek. And again, we're looking at positive and negative shapes. So I can see this little chocolate shape is not quite right. And I'm going to fix it. This little chocolate shape. And this little chocolate shape. All right, almost there. I was not aware until I started streaming on Twitch how many weird faces I make when I paint. I guess I'm concentrating, right? I try very hard now to be aware that, you know, boy, my husband puts up with a lot with me making these weird faces all the time. So I try to be very aware of it now. And try to keep it just a little bit lighter. Like I said, my quote on my website that I put is, I take whimsy very seriously. It's true. I take whimsy very seriously. It is my work. It is my job. But, you know, I don't have to make weird faces. All right, so I'm just going to turn this sideways again. I'm going to double check a few things. I want to check this little shadow over here, see if I can intensify it just a little bit. Again, with just my glaze. So I'm going to go into this chocolate area here, this chocolate area here, and this right over here. And then we're going to flip it right side up. We're going to check it. And then we're going to punch up the color on the glaze, on the chocolate itself. So. All right, let me just check one more thing. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. So let's flip it. We look a lot better. Look a lot better than we were. I'm going to taper this off a little bit over here. I feel like this is just a little bit too dark right here. But I'm also going to bring in some of that other color on top of this. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay? We're going to go ahead in and we're going to take this color right here. So we've already had several layers of paint on this to try to build out this form. We're going to take an even brighter version of this color to try to build it out further. And then we're going to go in and we're going to work on some of these nuts up here again. So yeah, we'll do that right now. Okay, so I'm going to take the brighter red, which is my pyrrole red, with a little bit of my yellow, and we're taking the brighter blue. And that's just, again, my methodology. It's what helps me to get this shape more accurate. So if you're a different type of painter, then you might have a totally different set of colors. But I like using a very limited palette. I feel like it really helps to challenge me for what I can do, and it helps me to understand how all the colors work with each other to create form. So I'm going to go in here with this bright glaze. Is that too bright? It might be a little bit too yellowy. Let's put a little more red in there. Maybe a little bit of blue. I don't want to jump right to the end because I do know I need to bring in a few more layers of paint. There we go. There we go. I know I do need to bring in a few more layers of paint over this. And so what I really want to think of it as is, you know, again, gradually building up this shape with a lot of layers, as opposed to jumping right to the lightest layer at the end. And that will collectively help me to create form. So I'm just going to go in here. And this is one where I am actually going to do something that I haven't done on these three. So if you've not tuned into me before I started this series, you won't have seen this. But I'm going to take this little brush. I really hate brush strokes in my paintings. I will often tell you that. And so this looks very scattered right now, and I don't want it to show my brush strokes in the end. I want it to be pretty clean. And so what I'm going to do is actually take this little weird brush and there's already enough glaze in here. I don't think I need to do anything, but this is what I call my stipply brush. And I'm just going to take it and I'm going to dab all over this and essentially evenly distribute my paint with a sort of stippling motion. And so I think that it ends up, and again, this layer is not going to be my last layer. I'm going to have 1 or 2 more layers over this. But it helps to distribute all of this, and I turn my brush as I go. There's different uses for this technique that I do. I turn my brush as I go, and it pretty much eliminated everything. So what it looks like is it looks like a perfect blend, but it's not a blend at all. It's just me dabbing that brush over everything in there. So again, I'm going to come down here with this brighter color. Right over some of these spots. And I am going to do it right here, but I do want to point something out. I'm going to do this right here for now. But this is a place where I'm going to come back and put a cooler layer on top of it that has more blue in it. And I will explain why in just a second. I do want to dab this down a little bit. So I'm going to take this rough brush again. Just try to distribute this paint a little more evenly. So this is supposed to be, you know, again, I'm painting a bunch of abstract shapes, right? But I have to be aware of what things are in the back of my mind. And this is supposed to be where the ice cream is sitting on top of the cone. And so there's a very heavy, relatively heavy highlight that's going to go right across here on a later layer. And when I come back and do that, it's going to have a little bit more of this very bright blue tone in it, because I found that that helps to make things, especially in chocolate, look like they're actually highlighted without looking chalky. Is that a way to say that correctly? So we're gonna have to let that dry before we come back for that exciting part, but I will show you how I do that. Excuse me just 1 second. Hang on just 1 second. Sorry about that, my nose was running. Anyway, so I'm gonna come in here and I will apply that a little bit later, but we are gonna have to wait for that to dry. So I'm gonna hop back up here to the nuts. And so I have all of the shapes essentially, but there's a lot of pieces of them that are missing. And there's a lot of things that are very, very rough right now. So right away I can see this nut in particular. The shape is okay, but see there's this wonderful little shadow under here, and I don't have that represented here. There's a few places like that. Again, because first of all, I can see things more accurately when I challenge my brain and flip this upside down. Secondly, I don't want to stick my hand in the paint that I just applied there. So those are two reasons why I'm going to flip this upside down. But we're going to go in and we're going to try to create some of these shadows and highlights a little bit more accurately on these nuts. So I'm going to go ahead into my I think we're not actually going to use the darker colors. On these, we're going to use these, or we're going to use this, but what we're actually going to do is we're going to try, I tried this earlier, I just wanted to share again, bright blue mixed with cadmium red actually does something a little bit different. So I like that often as a shadow color for my later layers. That's very specific, but again, if you're ever kidnapped and that question is posed to you, how do you make shadows on the later layers of things? Now you know. So now you really don't know. Anyway, so I'm going to go in here and use this as my shadow color. And yeah, I don't know, it's interesting to me how to make the different colors interact. So you have essentially what I essentially use two color wheels. I use what I call a cool color wheel and I use what I call a warm color wheel. They serve different purposes and you can cross the colors and make them do different things. So it's a very different approach from maybe conventional theories, but I like it. It works for me, and so I'm sticking with it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then I'm going to wipe a little bit of this off the bottom. So I think I took a little too much off, so we're just going to go back in. And again, this isn't my final coat on this, but it will help me to define this shape a little bit more than I had it before. So I'm going to go in again. I can see I need to do that right around here as well. That shadow, because this nut is actually laying up against that. I have this wonderful color that I had just mixed up and used for the chocolate. I'm actually going to use that also right here. Using this kind of limited palette is also really good because it helps everything to sort of stay visually related in your painting. When when you use like a very large color palette, suddenly things can tend to start to look less cohesive. But if I know I'm really only, for the most part, mixing a handful of colors together, then everything kind of looks even within the painting. They all look, somewhat related, somewhat believable that they're all from the same object. So just gonna go in, and this is kind of like the, again, we're gonna clarify this a little bit more as we go with the layers, but these couple nuts here, this is kind of like the skin of the nuts hasn't come off completely. And so there's a little bit of that, and there's a little bit of the chocolate. To darken that just a little bit more, I'm gonna just go in with a little bit more blue. There's not that many spots like this, but we're going to try to get them all. So, because it does like make a difference. Again, like this little spot right here, it'd be very easy for me to forget about it, this little spot right here, or to make the shape a little funky. But I'm going to try not to do that because I feel like those little details are just really important. And again, what I said earlier, you know, I hope when you look at my paintings that you can see all of the details, and then it helps you to notice the details in real life a little bit more, things that are really beautiful that you maybe didn't pay attention to before. And so if I get lazy in my paintings, well, then I kind of miss the point of the painting, right? I kind of miss the point about trying to help you to notice like the little things in life. So I try to pay attention to those things. Back to this. There's a little shadow here. And again, we'll come back and do all of this again. All of these will get multiple more passes, but every little bit gives us a little bit more information to go on, and it helps it look a little bit more realistic. It is definitely a process that requires some patience though. But I do think, as Kiwi said earlier, things like this, it's just good for your brain. Just good for my brain. So I'm just going to go in here with just a few little details. And I probably should switch to a smaller brush, but we're going to truck along and just see how much I can get done with this one. Starting to get a little complicated here, but I'm going to do my best. Go back to this dark color because we got some shadows over here. Right in here, right in here. Put a little more yellow in that. And just go right in here. And right over here. Just right in there. All right, we're getting there. I am going to have to come back to some of this because it's still not quite right. There's a lot going on this side of the painting. It doesn't look like there's a lot going on, but there is. Going into the wrong color there. But if we get this right, it will make a huge difference. So we're just going to keep going until we get it to look right. I am going to have to do another probably few passes on this, like I said, but this one's been pretty effective so far. So I'm pretty, happy with what I've been able to accomplish. I can acknowledge that a lot more needs to be done, but I can also say that I am, I'm happy for where I'm at right now. I feel like I'm still losing a little bit of the complicated shapes in here, and I just want to make sure that I do them accurately. Right in here in particular, this looks a little incorrect. Okay, I think I figured out why. So this little spot is actually incorrect. So we're gonna have to let this dry and then come back. But that is okay. That's okay. Come right in here. This is a very tiny painting with a lot of things going on. So it is important that I, again, don't let things slide, and that I do come back, and sometimes you got to have a little bit of patience. So I'm going to have to let things dry and come back before I'm really going to be able to get this completely correct, even in terms of some of these shapes. That's just the way of it. Most of them are correct at this point, though. Most of them are. Let's take a look. It's much better. It's much better than it was. Okay, so let me take a look and see what I need to do next. I really have a lot more in here than I did before. And so I do think I'm going to go up here with just a little bit more shadow work right in here. Just a bit more. Aw, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. Tell me how to pronounce your name. I don't want to say it wrong. But that's very kind of you. Thank you so much. We're still a little early. Pole nose. Okay. We're still a little early in these pieces on all three of them. But I really appreciate that. So thank you so much. We're going to do a little bit more on these, and then we will pick it up tomorrow and hopefully be able to. So if you haven't seen all three, let's just put them all together one more time for anybody who hasn't seen them all together. So 1, 2, and 3. So we're going to try to finish all three of these over the next few days. But I should have a pretty good dent. I'm pretty content actually with where they are right now. And oh, Cupid, you never got a notification. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty content with where they are. Oh, thanks so much, Cupid. We're still trucking along, so we're still getting there. I'm pretty content with where they are right now for how much time I've put into them, and so I feel pretty good about that. But I am going to go in and just, continue to let things dry and go in and work on more of the details. But I really appreciate that, both Polnose and QP. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. So let's go ahead. We're gonna flip. We're gonna flip over to the ice cream. Cupie, it's so nice to see you. I'm really sorry you didn't get a notification. Maybe it went to your spam folder or something. So that stinks. I just thought you were busy today. so, uh, so yes, I'm gonna just sit that one over there for now, just so it's, because you know, it would really stink if I knocked one of these off of my easel while I'm flipping things around. That would really stink. But let's go in. We're gonna work on the ice cream a little bit, because I would like to bring that up a little bit more. I started out with kind of a nice gray base. Sometimes Twitch Mobile is just not the greatest doing its jobs. Okay, understood. um, oh, and Paul knows you've just followed me on Instagram. Nice, thank you so much. I haven't been on Instagram in a while, confess, but I do need to go back. So I'm gonna try next week. I'm really terrible at being consistent on social media, and I know it's something that's necessary, and I really should do it. You know, it's not my top thing. It's not my thing that I really love, but I got to do it. So, you did a paint along with Bear today. Nice. A sweet little badger in the badger grass. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and see. That's pretty cool. So when you say you did a paint along, like something that she created and then you what, downloaded it, or you just were able to follow along as she was doing it from there? That's very cool. Aw, thanks so much, Pole Nose. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I try to share as much as I can, but you know, I'm just not always great at it. So, um, all right, so we're going to go in and we're just trying to create a little bit of form. So what we have on here for the ice cream, if you weren't here with us before, is I've had several layers on here. They started out with a middle grayish tone, and then I've gradually been building up some highlights on them. After her stream, you had a voice chat video call in Discord, and she instructed us. Nice! She did a badger beforehand, and then read it or redid it with us. Oh, that's really neat. That's very, very cool. Do you know, I don't actually know what a badger looks like. Is that weird? Does anybody anybody else like that? I don't think I've ever seen a badger. So yeah, I'm not really sure what one looks like, but I'm gonna have to check that out. So that's very cute. All right, so we're just building this up. So this is actually the only layer that I've put on at this point that is just white. And I'm not sure that it's gonna be, we did a European badger, so black and white. That's sort of similar to a skunk. Oh, okay. All right. I'm sure I had to see a badger in my life, right? At some point. Maybe something on TV or something. I had to. Anyway, so those multiple layers in here are what are helping us to create this sense of form. So this is, like I said, this is the only layer that I've gone in and added white to directly, just a straight white, and even that is very thinned out. I didn't want to jump too soon to, you'll post your rendition on Instagram when you're happy with how it turned out. That's so nice. That's really nice that she did a paint along. That's pretty cool. Never thought about doing anything like that. I just want to try to build out the form with, you know, using the multiple layers of the color. Instead of going over the whole thing, I'm just trying to concentrate on the areas that have the greatest highlights. And the danger with painting something that's white, like ice cream, is that you'll end up jumping too quickly to the highlight layer. And really, you need to start with something that's pretty warm, pretty dark, and then build yourself out from there. So, so that's really nice. Cupie, I was going to ask you if you are feeling up to it, and you certainly don't have to. But if you would like to be a moderator, I would love to invite you to be one, because you said that you did it for Sad Bear Club, I think, as well. And yes, it would be nice to have you here, but no pressure, no worries if you're not feeling up to that. I don't really know, uh, if that's too much to ask sometime, but anyway, since you've been in here a lot and you've been very kind in sharing all the stuff that you do. And you say you love it here, so. But no pressure. I can take rejection if you say no. My husband does it most of the time, but sometimes he's a little busy, so. All right, so I'm just going in here, and again, I'm really glad that I have these darker layers underneath, because it gives me the room I need to go ahead and pull out the highlights. So, again, if I started with something that was too light, then I wouldn't be able to do that. Wouldn't be able to do that accurately. But when I start with something that's a nice kind of, middle tone, then it allows me room to go back and make my shadows. I will totally do that. I can't promise to be here. Well, yeah, of course you don't have to be here 100%, but just I'm empowering you to do it. So when you stop in, if you feel like, some control needs to be taken, then I can empower you to do that. So thank you so much, Cupid. That means a lot. I really appreciate it. But again, no pressure, no pressure. So it looks like my husband just granted your privileges. So thanks. Thank you again, Cupid. And I have actually started paintings, many paintings, where I did not do this, where I did not start out with some kind of a darker, area before I went in and tried to jump to my highlights, and I just didn't have enough room to build out the form. So thank you again, Cupid. I appreciate it. I'll be honest, most people here are very nice, but yeah, once in a while there's been some weirdos, and I'm not always quick on the draw to be able to notice them every now and then. So you know how to do shout outs for raids, add commands if you're using stream elements, ban and mute, of course. You're lucky I know how to turn the camera on. So thank you. Thank you for all of that. And yes, just feel free to wield your power as you see fit. So thanks. Thank you very much. We want to just keep it nice and clean here, right? Just nice and positive and whatever. Just nice and happy and positive for everybody. But thank you. That does mean a lot. So this is looking a lot better already. I get protective over communities that make me feel at home. That's so nice. You can get as protective as you want in here. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much, Cupid. Thank you. Again, no pressure, but I do appreciate it. So this just looks a lot better, right? It already looks a lot better. We still got a long way to go on these, but I do think it looks a lot better. And so we've just done a pretty good job today building out some shapes and starting some of the clarification of the highlights and the shadows. It's been good. So it was definitely a productive day here. Productive day in the cozy little corner of the world. All right, since we did that, let me go ahead. I'm just gonna do just a tiny bit more, and then I'm gonna switch to this other one so that I can kind of do the same thing. The first one doesn't have any ice cream actually showing. It's all chocolate and nuts, but the third one does, obviously. All right, let's see. Let me just do a little bit more right here. It's looking a lot better. All right. So let's go ahead and we're going to switch to the third one. And let that dry. Switch to this one. Switch my picture out. All right. So I'm just going to do the same thing. Again, I have to come back and rework all of this stuff, but beach at 7:30 because tides are right for shark teeth hunting. Oh my goodness. What did you say about that? Today we're going to the beach, coming home to watch the original trilogy. We ended up being too tired. Well, that's a big undertaking to watch the original trilogy. So yeah, totally understand. But boy, shark teeth hunting. You talked about that before. That's something. That's something, all right. I wish you the best in hunting for your shark teeth. That's very interesting to me. It's very interesting. It's mildly terrifying, but it's very interesting. Is that really something? Can you regularly find shark teeth? Like, I don't, that's crazy to me. And for anybody who doesn't know, Cupie is going to watch the original Star Wars trilogy for the first time. She has not seen the original Star Wars trilogy, so no spoilers, but we're crossing fingers that she enjoys it. So. All right, so we're doing the same thing on this, and again, we have to rework things, but I do want to go in here and just start to bring out some of these more the whiter highlights on here, which will just, again, sometimes I just paint things maybe not in exactly the order that I want, but it helps me to feel encouraged for the next step. So what does this say? You love hunting. Yes, we're in a perfect spot for it. The only better place is Charleston, and the riverbeds. I find at least one. You find at least one every time, and the most you found in one go was 30. Are there really that many sharks off the coast? That's crazy. That's I would never go in that water, man. Nope. That's crazy. I don't. Can you explain to me why is it just their teeth? Is that a dumb question? Like, why is it not other parts of the sharks? You know, bones or whatever. Why is it just the teeth that wash up? And I really don't know if that's a stupid question. So. They tend to lose their teeth their whole lives, so there's certainly no shortage. Oh, I've never found a white one, which would be fairly fresh. That is interesting. What do you mean they lose their teeth their whole lives? Like they just have an ongoing set of teeth that keeps replenishing? Does anybody else find this really interesting? I found other fossils, but they're harder to identify. Like non-shark fossils? Is that what you mean? Non-shark fossils. and white teeth would be the worst. Constantly losing and regrowing teeth. What the heck? How do I not know this? That's crazy. Wow. Well, it's still crazy to me to think that they're losing that many teeth and you're finding them like just a few feet from where you know, like would be swimming. So that's crazy to think that there's that many circling around out there just growing their teeth. Yes, I think one might be a fish head plate. Oh, another I have no clue, and I found a few swirly shell fossils. Really? That is really interesting. Huh. I had no idea that that this was a thing. I really didn't. On US coasts, I had no idea that that was a thing. I certainly had no idea about the prevalence of shark teeth washing up on shore. So that's pretty cool. And yes, I certainly wish you the best in your shark teeth hunting expedition tonight. That's crazy. I don't know if the Star Wars trilogy can hold up after that. That's a pretty exciting adventure, actually. But I still hope that you like it. I guess the currents are right. I'm kind of unsure. I find all kinds of shark teeth, and not even ones. What do you mean, not even ones that just live near you? See, now that's scary. Are they migrating? Is it like Jaws? Are they coming from weird parts of the world? That's terrifying to me. So, it's pretty neat that you can identify them, though. You must like be a kind of expert in that to be able to know if they're teeth from your local sharks or not your local sharks. So that's pretty crazy. So I'm going to flip this upside down again. I find sharks from across the world? You find teeth from sharks across the world? What the heck? You can also find... Really? The ones that are extinct? Like in the movies? So that's crazy. People have found teeth bigger than their hands. Where you live? That's crazy. I don't know, man. I think I'm pretty happy to live further inland. Cause that's crazy. It's okay, Titus. Hi. How are you? Just dropping by to say hello. That's very nice. We're talking about shark teeth. Okay, Titus. The work is going pretty good, I think. So we're doing pretty good. We have these three. They're backwards right now, but yes, they're all going pretty well, and they're a lot farther along than they were yesterday. So I appreciate you asking. Thank you so much. We're going to try to do a little bit more on these today, just a little bit, and then we're going to pick it up again tomorrow, probably. Nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to stick this one back down here because I don't want to bump it off of my easel while I'm working because I'm flipping things around. But yes, we were just talking about shark teeth because QP is going hunting for shark teeth tonight. So who knew that was a thing? But apparently it is. And terrifyingly large shark teeth are possible to find. So QP is a brave lady. And so yeah. Yes, you heard a bit of that conversation. I just didn't know that was a thing. Did anybody else know that was a thing? So anyway, we certainly all wish Kewpie the best for her shark teeth hunting expedition tonight. And then she's gonna watch the Star Wars trilogy, or at least she's gonna try to start it, the original. I'm a big fan, actually. I am a big fan of the original Star Wars trilogy. I like most things nerd, if that is any indicator. I do. So, there's not a whole lot that I don't like. I'm not so much into dragons. That's not really my thing. But pretty much everything else is on the table. And even that, I've watched a few things. You've only seen shark tooth necklaces. Yeah, I guess I've seen those. I don't know if I've ever seen one in person, shark tooth necklaces. But yeah, I mean, I've heard of those as a thing. But Kewpie's talking about people finding shark teeth that are as big as their hands where she is, and sharks that are from around the world. Why would that be? Does anybody know why that would be? Oh, that's just crazy to me. Oh, let's see here. You have attempted wire wrapping a few, but boy, is that hard. Yeah, how do you get the shark tooth on the necklace, or do you embed it into something? So the comment that's in here, I'm not sure if you're the same person who was here before. Um, Someone asked that question like my first week when I was here. So, are you that person who was here asking that before? And I was talking about stuff when I worked at Disney, and I don't know if that was something or not. Anyway, uh, let's see here. Yeah, okay, he's been banned. Um, okay, Titus, the ones I've seen were about the size of a dime or nickel. Yeah, that sounds much more reasonable, right? That sounds much more reasonable to me. Um, I have a hard time with things that I think could kill me. So, so that's not, like something that I'm really, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm a little, maybe even not, just things like that. I have a hard time with predators, maybe. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I don't know. Not even all predators, just certain predators. There's certain things that scare me. How's that? There's certain things that scare me. Sharks are one of them. I told the story that I got to go to the Virgin Islands when I was in high school as like a babysitter for a family, and I remember going out into the ocean multiple times, and then when I came back, and it was beautiful and wonderful, and then when I came back, I saw on the news that there had been sharks sighted in that area, and like you have no idea how bad that would have freaked me out. But I do remember, and this is something really weird from that time. That we went to this place where we scuba dived, and I watched the kids while the parents went scuba diving first, and there was we were out in the ocean, and I saw movement, like going like this, and then I saw more movement, and I swear to God that there were like hundreds of jellyfish coming toward us, and I didn't know at the time that they were. Um, I didn't know at the time that they were. I can see there's an add-on, but Cupid, you can hear me. I didn't know at the time that they were not dangerous, so I pulled the kids out of the water. But the largest you found was about 2 inches. Is that right? 2 inches. You usually find the smaller ones. Huh. Yeah, the jellyfish, man, that it freaked me out because I didn't know. I was in a strange part of the world, like I'd never been there before, and I think I was like 17, and I'm responsible for these two little kids. So yeah, I yanked them out of the water fast. We were like, and put them back on the boat. We were like out in the middle of the water, and it was terrifying because it was like, you like see a little bit, and then you see a little bit more, and then you see a little bit more, and it's hundreds of them coming at you. So anyway, yeah, that freaked me out. It's not like I've never been in the ocean before. I thought it was beautiful, but yeah, I'm still a little afraid of the sharks. That's a thing. I do love Jaws, though. I do love the movie Jaws. Oh, you've had some man o' wars? Oh my. Yeah, they're scary, dangerous. Wow, why is that something that's supposed to be washing up near you? I thought those things were like from other parts of the world. Maybe I'm wrong. That's crazy. For anybody who didn't hear me, I was just saying that, sharks terrify me. But when I was 17, I went on a trip to the Virgin Islands with a family that took me as their babysitter, which was really nice. But we were out in the middle of the ocean and we were snorkeling while the parents were scuba diving, and I I saw this movement out in the distance, and then I saw it get a little bit closer and a little bit closer and a little bit closer, and it was hundreds and hundreds of jellyfish that were coming at us. And I yanked the kids out of the water and put them back on the boat, and I didn't know if they were poisonous, and it turns out that they were not. So apparently I looked pretty silly for panicking, but how was I supposed to know? So, that would have been horrible. Anyway, it's a terrifying thing to be under the water, like, and out in the middle of nowhere and see hundreds of these things coming at you. At least for me, it was when I was a kid. So, no, it's not common, maybe once a year. Yeah, that's still crazy, though. I didn't think that those were from this part of the world, a man of war, but again, maybe I'm wrong about that. All right, we're doing pretty good on these. Let's take another look at them. I'm going to do a few more minutes on this. The ocean is a beast. I agree. Okay, Titus. I agree. It's beautiful. I mean, I did go snorkeling there a bunch of times, I remember. And one time, I saw sea turtles, and they were like all around me, and it was beautiful. But the tears apparently were out there as well. So I'm not sure I could actually I'm glad that I did what I did when I was 17, but I'm not sure I could do it again. I'm not sure I could go out there and not have that kind of control over my situation. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't even have a desire to go. I've never been on a cruise, and it's never been something that I wanted to do. I don't think I could do it. I don't want a Titanic incident. I don't want to be stuck in the middle of the ocean somewhere. So I'm a little bit of a wimp that way, I guess. It's really the only thing that I don't like heights particularly. I can do roller coasters, but needs to be something that's coming down quickly. And I don't want to get stuck in the middle of the water somewhere. What would happen if a great white approached you? I don't know. I might try to talk him down. I'm not really sure. Um, I don't know, honestly. Like that's according to the internet, strong currents is the cause. Interesting. Interesting. So I watch wrestling sometimes, and okay, Titus. And I saw the other night, my husband and I watch AEW wrestling. It's one of our favorite things. And a huge whale. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you that when I was watching this show, they had a match at the end, and they went out into the crowd, and the two wrestlers were trying to get the crowd to move out of their seats because one wrestler was going to throw the other wrestler into the seats, and everybody cleared except one lady, and she literally stood there like this, and she didn't know what to do. She was like a deer frozen in headlights. So maybe I would be like that, where I just wouldn't know what to do. You hope that you won't panic, right? You hope you're not that guy. But that poor lady, she became that guy on national television, and she just froze. She didn't know what to do when the wrestlers were going to be thrown at her. So anyway, Willow, it's nice to see you back. Have you been lurking this whole time? It's nice to see you again. All right, so I think I'm just going to do one more thing for all of these three for today, and then we're going to pick it up again tomorrow. So I'm going to try to put another glaze on my cones. And so that's what we do here, right? We glaze everything back and just try to keep building out our shapes that way. So I'm going to put these ones down here just for now. I'm going to scoot this one over, and let's see. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to put, well, you know what? First, I'm going to put actually some little shadows. I need some little shadows in here that are heavier. So let's go ahead and do that first. So I'm going to go in and just scoot something the size of an airplane. Approaching might be a tad intimidating. Yeah, I would think so. I don't know if I think I might just resign myself to my fate I don't think that I don't even know if I would panic. I think I'd just resign myself and be like, yeah, okay, well, that was fun. So I think I just accept. I don't know. What would you do if you saw something like that? Um, Let me go in here. I'm just going to go ahead and put some shadows in here just on the cone, and then we'll come back to the glaze. So we got to do that first. I'm going to take some of my darker blue, my darker red, and my yellow, and we're just going to mix it with the glazing medium. And we're just going to go in very lightly and just try to create some of these heavier shadows that we kind of missed before, because I haven't done much details on the on the cones yet. So let's just do that. We're taking a really small brush because these are tiny paintings, 5x7s, and we're just gonna see how this works. Again, I don't usually know until I start to put it down. Maybe a little bit more blue. I think I have some there, so let's just try that again. All right, so I think that's okay. And I'm just gonna go through and I'm gonna try to taper these just a little bit. Yeah, okay, so that'll work. So we're just gonna go through and do that. Again, if I don't think, I might neutralize this just a little bit with some yellow because it is leaning a little bit purple for my liking. So you neutralize purple with yellow. Um, and so I'm just gonna go do a little bit on these, and then we'll let this dry and come back to it. But you know, even if I don't get this color exactly right now, it's actually pretty close. But even if I didn't, then I can come back later and glaze over top of it. That's what I do, right? Glaze back over top of it. Yeah, even when we lived okay Titus in Florida, you know, we lived in Central Florida, so we didn't really go out on boats. But early on, we did rent a couple times. We rented a little boat and we took to. Aw, thanks so much, Cupie. I really appreciate that. It doesn't even seem possible. Oh, it's very possible. I appreciate it though. I do hope that it looks like magic. That's my goal, right? Thank you so much. Um, we did live, you know, near Disney World because we both worked there briefly, and he worked there for a lot longer than me. But there was this place back in the day that was called Discovery Island, and it was this little island that was out past like the Magic Kingdom, and you had to take a boat to get there, and you could rent a boat. But I remember that we rented a boat. From the Contemporary Resort. I don't remember if that's when I kind of always mix this up. I don't remember if that's actually when we went to the Discovery Island or if we just rented the boat and drove around it. But, you know, we were driving around there. He was driving the boat. I was totally fine. It wasn't until years later that I learned that there were like hundreds of gators in that water. And one time I remember I worked in Celebration, Florida, and I worked at a few of the shops. And Celebration, if you don't know, is the town that the Disney company built essentially. And so it's a private town, but it was started by the Disney company, so they had a lot of say in what was done to the town to develop it, and I believe they still play a part in it. At least they did. But anyway, but I worked in the shops downtown. It was a lovely downtown district that was just a street, and it led down to this lake that was in the middle of the town. And I remember one day working at one of the shops and hearing commotion outside, and I came outside and they had pulled a gator out of the water there. And so they were hauling him away. So they were everywhere. My husband actually encountered, well, there was a few times when at Magic Kingdom, there were gators. They just come out of the water sometimes. There's been too much development, I guess, and it kind of pushed them back into the area. And so I know one time there was a gator that was outside the Magic Kingdom sitting there. One time there was one that was outside of Space Mountain in the back. And one time there was one actually in the restroom in the park. So I don't know how he even got in there, but you know, all the waterways sort of connected to each other. So yeah, there were lots of stuff everywhere. You know, it's Florida. There's just wildlife. It doesn't matter how controlled it is. It's still going to get around sometimes, but it can be a little bit scary to think about that. He told me this story once that there was a parade coming by at the studios, and someone spotted, I don't remember if he was the one who spotted, a giant snake, like a giant snake. And the crowd didn't notice because their backs were to the snake, and they were, you know, watching for the parade. And there was an attractions cast member who worked there, who I guess had experience corralling snakes or like catching snakes. He had grown up somewhere in the South, and he said that he went out and he like dangled a finger in front and distracted the snake and grabbed it, took it and put it in the lost and found box until somebody came back to get it. So I just thought that was really funny. But yeah, no matter where you are, there's always crazy weird things that wildlife just exists, right? It's just kind of, no matter what, it's all around us. I just like to stay for kind myself. Florida definitely has scarier wildlife. Yeah, Central Florida's not terrible, right? I mean, I lived there for a number of years, but I know that it still exists, and so I guess I just didn't venture into those parts very much. Yeah, okay, Titus. It's always around. But yeah, I think there's just something about the water though. Something about the water. I guess it's again because of that no sense of control. I can't like, you know, there's no escape from the water. You're just stuck out there. You um, can't really get away from it. So maybe that's why water monsters scare me a lot more than land creatures or you know, even things that are just even just being inland. I still consider to be much safer for me than being out on the water. So, all right. So let's just do this. I'm gonna also go in here. I want to neutralize this again. It's a little bit too red, and what I want to do is just kind of create a little bit of a cast shadow on some of these blocks, and then we're gonna let that dry. So let's do these down here. So again, you don't have to get this perfect at this stage. The cone is a little complicated, right? But I want to try to get the shapes as best I can And I want to try to acknowledge the curvature of the cone with some shadows that will help me to, just again try to gradually be building toward form, because that's what we want to do, right? We want to build toward form. And again, it's something where I don't want to really let anything slide. So if I feel like I've made a mistake somewhere in here, I want to try to fix it at this point before it gets, too much to the finishing stage, and then I can't make any changes. So this is actually not a truly scary animal story, but it was at the moment that I was in it. When I was in Celebration, one of the jobs that I had was I was the editor of a small newspaper that was there. And so I would go out and about in the town, and I would, interview people for various stories and whatever. And for some reason, there were roaming around wild turkeys. There was lots of wild turkeys, I guess because we were near the woods in certain areas. And I don't even remember what the story was that I was interviewing for or where I was taking photos, but I just remember that I came out and there was a horde of wild turkeys, a flock of wild turkeys, and wild turkeys are huge. They were huge, and they were around my car, and I couldn't get to my car. And I remember that I just had to like stand there and wait for them. And wild turkeys, that might not sound dangerous, but they've got like big claws. They are really scary. And when there's a bunch of them, and I didn't know if they were going to charge me or what. So I just stayed like really still and waited until they wandered away enough that I thought I could run to my car to get in the door. So yeah, sometimes, crazy things to escape the wildlife. And that was like on a street. That wasn't anywhere weird. It was just on a street, but it was near enough to the woods that the the wild turkeys were going to get me. All right, so I think that's okay for just this first pass on the shadows. Again, we're going to come back and work on that, but it's something we hadn't addressed yet. So, um, so I wanted to make sure we did a little bit on that. I probably should do the same to my other cones. So let's just scoot this one over here. And let's see this one, since this one's next in my lineup. I don't have too much on this, but a little bit. We do have the shadow over here. It's a little bit more yellow. So I'm just going to come in here and we're going to create these little blocks in here. And then we will come over to this little intersection of this line where the cone folds over. And that has the heaviest shadow. And this will be a good way to kind of finish up our day, I think. Because it'll put everything in a pretty good spot for tomorrow. And I think that it will give me enough visual information that I'm really hoping I might not be able to finish tomorrow, but I'm going to try my darndest. That's always what we do, right? We just try. So we do have to, like I said, I always try to be efficient. Sometimes they take longer on my paintings than I want. I'm actually pretty much on time with these ones. So what I'll do is get as far as I can tomorrow on the stream, and then probably on Sunday if I can, if life goes well and I have time. Then I will try to finish them, because part of what I do to finish the paintings at the end is kind of like a cleanup stage, and for that I really need to concentrate to get all the little details just exactly right. And I will also be painting the white background, and I do that multiple times, and that's not really a lot of excitement to watch on the stream, so that's probably something I will do off stream. All right, so let's just go in here. I'm going to turn this on its side because this shape's a little wonky and I don't feel like I have it lined up quite right. So I want to make sure that I can check it as I go. Miss Gray, welcome. How you doing today? It's nice to see you. I hope you're having a good week. I am good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you asking. We are just gonna do a little bit more on these and then we're gonna call it a day. So trying. This is actually quite beautiful, even though this is the one that's been eaten the most, I think. It's actually quite a beautiful little painting so far. So we're gonna hope to clean that up tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and try to finish this little one here. Let's go ahead and move this down. Again, we're just trying to not finish these, but just do the cones a little bit. I'm glad you're doing well, Miss Gray. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in. All right, so we're gonna go down here, use the same color that we have, darker color here, and just go in and try to get some of these little shadow areas. So if it's your first time being here, I always say welcome, and I hope that you feel comfortable here and that you just get to feel free to bring your own projects in or just relax and watch me paint, hear me yammer on about my process and my stories and whatever else, and enjoy the chit chat in the chat there, because we have lots of nice people who are already coming in to hang out, and that's really nice because I feel encouraged by that since I've only been doing this for a few weeks. And so yes, welcome, and please follow because I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully we'll make good progress on this piece or these pieces, all three of these, and then next week we will try to start something new. I still have this Neapolitan over here that I need to finish, but I'm hoping that maybe I can do that on my own time. We'll see. I feel like it's something that I need to stare at because it's just not quite what I want it to be. And so sometimes I need to just figure it out. I don't generally sit around and stare at my paintings. I don't have a lot of time for that, but I do try to I do try to think through things. I don't want to, again, accept things as just being subpar if I think there's something that I can fix. So that's what I need to do to that one. I need to fix it somehow. It doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look as good as I want it to. But I think we held up our promise that today was going to be essentially the most transformative day on all three of these paintings. And I do think that that ended up being the case. So still a long way to go to get them to look really nice and finished, but they really did get a good dent in them today. So I hope that you at least get to check back in for a moment or two, maybe tomorrow. And again, I'll be on at roughly, I'm always a few minutes late. I'm trying so hard to not be late, but roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time. And I will hopefully be able to get these largely finished tomorrow. That's my hope. All right, we're almost there. And again, I don't need this to be totally perfect, but I do want it to be pretty good for the end of the day, so that I can pick this up tomorrow. And again, everything that I put down is a guide for where I want to go, right? So we're always doing a little bit more so that we can figure out where we need to go. But I do hope that you've enjoyed hanging out with me and watching. And like I said, sometimes you know, when you watch different artists, it's always nice to see different types of processes of painting. My process is a little bit odd. I get it. I don't paint from left to right. It's from back to front, and it's building lots of layers. But it is how I achieve really high degrees of realism. And so, so for me, this is the process that I enjoy and the one that helps me ultimately get to the best end. So I think we're going to call it a day there. I'm going to just show the three pieces where we're at right now. 1, 2, 3. Let's scoot them this way so you can see them a little bit better. 1, 2, 3. I think they're actually really lovely together. And tomorrow we are going to try to bump them up even more. So for everybody who stopped in and said hello for a few minutes and chatted, or if you've just been lurking or whatever, just enjoying, if you're working on your own projects, Cupie, would you like me to share my art Instagram? You can check out the stuff I've done. You can certainly feel free to share your art Instagram. Yes, please, feel free. I love when people share what they do. So yes, please check out Cupie's stuff and then wish her luck for, oh, Sophia Squiggles. Okay, super. Then I will see your stuff. I think Did you start to follow me on Instagram? I think I saw your name. I haven't gone into Instagram. I just glanced at it one day. But anyway, yes, I will check out your stuff. And everybody else, please check out QP's stuff and wish her luck for her shark tooth hunting expedition tonight. And anyway, so thank you so much to everybody for hanging out with me. And yes, I hope I'll see you back here tomorrow. Again, if you haven't followed, please follow, and we'll do some more really exciting stuff. I do not always paint ice cream. I do paint a lot of ice cream, but I don't always paint ice cream. But it always teaches me good lessons. So anyway, hope you have a wonderful night. We're going to try to raid somebody, I think, maybe. And anyway, I hope that, yeah, you've just enjoyed yourself being here. I've enjoyed being here today. Okay? Thank you so much. Have a good night. Thank you very much, QP, and everybody else who stopped in. All right? Have a good night. Bye-bye.